at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to the state of Florida. Welcome to the iconic St. Johns River, longest river in the state, biggest river in the state, and a legendary place for bass fishing. This is where we kick off our season for 2022. The Bassmaster Elite Series taking off from Palatka, Florida. That was the scene earlier this morning at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. We're in day number 3 of 4 days of fishing, which will comprise this championship. We got 47 guys out there fired up and ready to go. The rules of the game, we talked about the 94. We're cut them down to 47, and the top 10 pros only will fish on the next day. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona and Ronnie Moore to get you started here today. And Z, we got a big story at the top of the leaderboard, but we got a fishery that can change big time on short notice.
Well, I think really at the top of the leaderboard, it is the only story, because if you're watching here on FS1, it has been a one-man beatdown the first 2 days of this tournament. John Cruz, a veteran on the Bassmaster Elite Series, with a commanding lead. And John Cruz really finds himself 2 decades of fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series in a position he has never been before.
He is now the hunted. He had a 12-ounce lead after day 1. Now it's almost 9 pounds, 13 ounces. Obviously, he's got a 2-prong approach. Rob and St. John's will get into that, but that helps him this weekend with options.
All right, we are looking so much forward to this very important third day when you have to make a move into the top 10 to qualify to fish for the championship tomorrow. Championship Sunday, we got that big lead at the top of the leaderboard. Z, Ronnie, the whole crew, the rest of the crew are ready to go with some live fishing in the boats with these guys all day long. What about the conditions today? It has not been ideal for these guys, post-front conditions so far.
No, it's really been probably the toughest St. Johns River tournament we have had of all the times the Bassmaster Elite Series has visited here. And look, this is not manufacturing drama. It looks like John Cruz, to put it into golf terms, he has a 10-stroke lead, which is almost impossible to fail, to lose this event. But if there's ever a place, the state of Florida, with all the different weather that changes, a 10-pound lead is one swing of the bat here. Bass are that big, and no lead is safe in the state of Florida.
We've seen every single year of the Bassmaster Elite Series at the St. Johns River, the biggest limits of the week, the biggest 5 bass that you can bring in always show up on day 3 and day 4 of this event. We saw a little bit of a change yesterday in the patterns as the weather continued to change. It got a little warmer. These anglers developed something a little different. Maybe we will see something else change today on Saturday.
And look, this is the 4th year in a row we have started our season down here, and more often than not, through all the history of this place, the final day is marked by someone going off, jumping over several spots, and taking the championship trophy. So don't give up on this being a wild finish. It absolutely can be, and we expect a great season ahead, starting at a place like this, the incredible St. Johns River. You see 300 miles of it, running from south to north, and last year we were treated to a rookie, his first outing with the Elite Series, and he notches the win.
Exactly right. Brian New, a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, catching his biggest stringer on Championship Sunday last year, fishing his first Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, sealing the deal. From there, we're going to head to Harris Chain next week. A lot of people say Harris Chain, one of the best lakes in the state of Florida. Well, a lot of people would tell you right now, the Harris Chain, one of the best lakes in the country. A lot of people thinking, Ron Moore, this possibly could be a 100-pound event.
It would not shock me or surprise me one bit. It's about an hour and a half west of where we are now. And the last time we were there for the College Championship 2020 in the fall, not an ideal time, probably. 84 pounds for 3 days of competition. They just had a college event that busted 60 for 2 days.
All right, then we move to the state of South Carolina and Santee Cooper, a place that is legendary for kicking out giants for record-setting performances, and they're going at the right time.
Yeah, this lake is all about timing. We went there in the fall a couple of years ago, but if you're going to go to Santee Cooper to tangle with bass like this, giant Santee Cooper, South Carolina bass, the Bassmaster Elite Series absolutely hitting it on the head this season.
If the weather plays out right, this could be one of the most dynamic and biggest weight events we have all season. And we're not going to let up off the throttle from there. We're going to go from Santee Cooper a little bit west into Tennessee at Lake Chickamauga in the spring, early April. That is exactly when you want to be on this body of water.
Yeah, really some of the biggest bass you see on social media throughout the spring come off of this lake. Lee Livesey getting it done there. couple years ago. And really, we're going to talk about Lee Livesey again. Boy, going to his home state of Texas, East Texas, Lake Fork. Some of the biggest stringers we have ever seen, and one of those was last season on Championship Sunday. Lee Livesey catching a 5 bass limit for over 40 pounds.
It was eye-popping, jaw-dropping, whatever adjective you want to use. It was something to behold. Who knows what's going to happen this time around? We go back to the Tennessee River. Last year, it was a different Pickwick Lake, really with so much flooding and receding water. This time around, it should be a little more stable, but plenty of thrills and chills.
Well, you'd like to think it's going to be a little bit more stable. Last year, Bill Lowen getting his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory, anchored by that fish on the final day of the tournament. And one common theme, gang, one common theme about the Bassmaster Elite Series, big bass playing fields.
And this is one of the best that we have, one of the best smallmouth bodies of water in the country, in the world. And our 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series visited there to end our season last year. Taco Ito, big final day, 26 pounds to get his first ever title. One big key this year, Tommy, we not only have the river in play, we also have Lake Ontario, and we have the U.S. and Canadian waters from New York and Canada both in play.
River, Lake Ontario, U.S., Canada.
Big smallmouth.
Big smallmouth stages, dreams coming true for that guy right there. Taku Ito. From there, we are going to head somewhere we have not been in several years. We're going to slide on over to South Carolina. And look, as you look at this map right here, it looks like a decent-sized playing field. This is a monster. The Bassmaster Elite Series going to be putting in on a different area of Lake Oahe, and a lot of our anglers that visited Oahe in pre-practice in the fall said, oh, it's going to show out this time around. And here's the thing, just not a lot of knowledge on this body of water.
Well, we will find out. 300 miles or so of the Missouri River there in the Mississippi River, the upper Mississippi, and 3 magic pools there around La Crosse, Wisconsin.
This is one of the trickiest places to end your Bassmaster Elite Series season for 2022 because you could catch plenty of weight each day. You could have a great time catching hundreds of fish, but if you do not find that upper echelon 3.5 to 4 pounders, you're going to be behind and maybe even lose Angler of the Year at the final event of the season.
A great place to finish our season. Let's get back to this great place, always to start the season with our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Exactly right. Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Here's the unique thing about the St. Johns River. If you have never been there, it actually flows from south to north. So if you're looking at the map of this body of water, it's a little bit upside down, but over 100 miles of playing field. And here's the very interesting thing about this body of water that you're going to see today. Every single time the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here, it has been won in different regions of this system. And we're going to see one of those regions today. The main player to look at least the most consistency so far, has been Rodman Reservoir, which in the past has not been the case.
That's the one X factor this week. It's never won here. The St. Johns River has never won on Lake Rodman or on Rodman Reservoir. It's always won in the river, but different places. This year, though, Rodman has shown extreme consistency for a lot of these anglers, but John Cruz is one who can catch them in both the river and the lake.
It is a vast and complex place, and a wily veteran took command early on. Not by much, as you mentioned, Ronnie, only 12 ounces on day number 1, but 28 pounds. That is a huge, huge limit of fish, especially for the conditions we're in. And yesterday, he went to work protecting that.
And to kind of set up for all the folks at home, maybe you don't bass fish a lot, maybe you do, I don't know. One of the biggest keys in the state of Florida is not the warm days. It's the warm nights, which is exactly what we did not have the first 2 days of competition. Weather was getting down into the low 30s. And being consistent in this tournament was the hardest thing to do. Catching a big bag and actually backing it up. John Cruz has done exactly that. And here's the other thing about John Cruz. He has more than one area. Ron Moore nailed it. Not just Rodman, he has caught a lot of big fish late in the day in the actual St. Johns River.
I'm very excited to see him. He's privileged to have 3 different things going. He's catching them on that jerkbait, catching them on that soft plastic drop shot, and then also he mixed in a chatterbait yesterday, and he'll talk more about that today for sure.
Let's get out on the water live right now with our leader, John Cruz.
Outside edge, and hopefully we can pick off 1 or 2. Yeah, the pads are laid over because there he is, little guy. It's a start. It's a start. About a pound and a quarter, I guess. Pardon my butt shot. Had to reach to fill up the live wells.
Keeper number 1 for John Crews, actually starting in an area, the St. Johns River, that he has not the first 2 days of competition, and he said he will play the weather. In that area that you see him in, he caught 2 big bass yesterday late in the day.
Let me unhook the bottom here. Starting out this morning over here on these lily pads, and just let it sink down a little too far. Hook something on the bottom there. In the world that I hook? I don't know if it's pretty solid. It feels like a piece of wood. I'm guessing. Yeah. Might have to retie that real quick. But just kind of a golden shiner colored jackhammer. Just getting a little more baitfish looking color now that with a little bit of cloud cover, a little bit early. Caught that one small one to start with, so that was a good thing, but I was hoping to be able to wrangle up a couple. And the chatterbait with the D-bomb on it usually catches good fish. But yeah, this is kind of a secondary pattern with what I've been catching. I caught the majority of my weight the first day up on Rodman, and I came back and caught one good one down here. And the second day I caught a limit up on Rodman, and then came back down here, caught 3 decent ones on the river. And that's just kind of been my 1-2 approach, you know, with the Rodman and the river. And I've started out on the river because the tide is low this morning, and I want to see if I could capitalize on a few of these feeding fish on the outside of the pads. We caught the one so far, but I hope there's more coming.
John Crews, it's always a roller coaster ride on this place, but his valleys, he's flattened out his valleys and capitalized on his peaks for sure. Let's see if he can do that again today. Let's get over to Tennessee angler David Mullins. Usually his history here is a solid prospect, a place where he can notch a cut, make some money, get some points. Last time out was not so good for him, so he's getting a bit of revenge this time around.
Exactly right. Anchored by a great first day in this tournament, almost 20 pounds of bass, and he caught the majority of that the first 2 hours of competition Thursday.
You take it.
Too many boats are down. £3 pound. 3. 3. 3.
How much did it weigh, Tommy?
3 pounds, I think.
Sounds like it.
Sounded like it.
Good fish right there for David Mullins. Off
great
to a
start.
good start. Had a warmer night last night, and look for this to be a way different St. Johns River than we have seen first 2 days of competition.
Yeah, yesterday was especially challenging for these anglers. This
For
fellow-
everybody.
Yeah, this fella even struggled for half of the day and really brought it back in, reeled it in, and post that giant lead that he enjoys right now, and he's on the board as well, John Crews. Hats off to him, but he's got a lot of work left to do before he hoists the trophy. Patrick Walters coming up in second place, moving up, cutting into his lead just a tiny bit. He's got a big mountain to climb, as do the rest of these events when it's all said and done. But we got so much good live fishing on the way for you right here. Don't go away.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Today, it's a couple of big-time Big East and Big Ten battles on Fox. First, Seton Hall battles number 15 Villanova at 12:30 Eastern. Then it's Indiana and number 17 Michigan State at 3:30 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. As we start this year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, one of the big-time performers never out of the top 10 here. In his fourth year here is Patrick Walters of South Carolina, really top-tier guy in a short period of time.
Absolutely, and Patrick Walters has really just been consistent this week, catching 17 pounds on days 1 and 2, which has been the hardest thing to do on the St. John's River. And we made the comment, if there's somebody that's going to stand in the way of John Cruz lifting his second Bassmaster Elite Series trophy, one guy that could get it done is Patrick Walters. The reason why, if you look at...
I'm not even lying to you. Ooh, this one's tongue hooked. That's not a good sign.
His history on the St. John's River, always in our top 10.
And he has done it in multiple areas. He's known to be the Rodman guy, but he has done it all the way at the south end of Georgetown and Dexter and Woodruff. He's done it up around the islands at the north end of Lake George. Obviously, Rodman allows him the most flexibility for different patterns, but we can see he's obviously catching in the river as well.
And really, Patrick Walters has had a calculator all week long saying, if I catch 17 pounds a day, I think that's what it will take to win this tournament going into Sunday. And so far, he has done that. But there's going to have to be a slip in there somewhere by John Cruz for that to come true.
Well, we're only seeing a slice of what's going on, but something tells me we're on a little bit faster pace of fish catching than we were yesterday. We'll see if that holds. We're very, very early right now, but there's John Cruz and Patrick Walters with his 4 fish in the box right now is eating into the lead a little bit this early. Not really meaningful.
And really, if you look at those weights right there, the one thing to kind of watch today on the St. John's River, you're dealing with a tidal situation, a lot of current ebbs and flows, and you'll see flurries. You'll see when guys catch one, they'll back it up with, 2 or 3 more catches. But the other thing to really keep your eye on this body of water, the boogeyman lives here, and we have seen him this week and in years past.
What's that?
True giants,
Okay.
8 to 10 pound bass, and you will see that today.
Game changers.
Cue the fish. Cue the fish. Cue the fish. Cue the fish.
Humminbird bird's eye view with John Cruz fishing the main St. John's River, not where he has started the first 2 days this week. And that edge of lily pads has definitely paid John Cruz off late on days 1 and 2, but we've never seen him start here this week.
He had indicated to us if the wind was blowing, maybe he'd put Rodman first in the lineup, but if not, without wind, he didn't necessarily feel he needed to start there.
And I think you'll see him probably go to Rodman within the next hour. You have to lock, which takes a little bit of time, but there's a lock. You can get in there at 8, can also go there at 9 to pass through. But his mornings in Rodman have been really slow, like kind of the first 90 minutes. Yep. Usually around 9 or 10 o'clock is when Rodman has fired for Cruz so far this tournament.
I think that's why Patrick Walters fished outside of Rodman. Day one, he went in. Day two, he fished around the river waiting, biding his time. He caught a dozen fish yesterday before he went to Rodman for the bigger bass.
That's Mike Sucom. Such joins us now and will be with us all day long. We're thankful for that. In abnormally flat winds this week. Florida's a windy state. Most people may not realize that, but it just about always blows here. It has not at all this week.
They had it all in practice. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday or Sunday, Monday, Tuesday was cloudy and rainy and cold, and now the sun popped out Wednesday through the rest of the tournament. It's been a total flip-flop. That's probably, it's because of the fronts, right, Z? It's post-frontal, so it's tougher, but it's also a totally different weather look than they've had for 3 days of practice. Well, what do you base it off of? How do you adjust other than just doing what you know?
Man, the fish were really, really aggressive. A lot of big names did not make our cut for semifinal Saturday that had an incredible, absolutely incredible practice that with this weather shift, it was a miserable tournament. And talking about John Cruz, he is one of the veterans on the Bassmaster Elite Series, has major top finishes, but only one win in his entire career back in 2010 on the California Delta. And Tommy Sanders, we were there.
Oh, we were watching
event
on the water.
John Cruz kind of coming out of nowhere and barely winning this tournament. His first and only win in the Bassmaster Elite Series a long time ago. And interesting, another tidal fishery right there.
Yeah. Same time of year, more or less.
Yeah, both corners of the country there.
We got our 2020 Rookie of the Year, Austin Felix, very talented angler from Minnesota.
Make a couple more casts right here, and then I probably want to run. I'm gonna run to my next one real quick.
Solid keeper right there for Austin Felix. You're going to see a lot of front-facing sonar that we'll talk about through the day. Jerkbait has been a big player in Rodman Reservoir this week and the St. Johns River itself.
Pounds yesterday. That's pretty near the top of the field for day two.
Austin Felix getting a weight of this bass right here. Probably one he wants to call out later today.
It's definitely a good limit filler, though. A lot of these anglers base a limit in Florida. They call it a Florida limit. It'll be a 6 to 7 pounder with maybe 4 that are 2 pounds or less. That one will be on the heavier side of that keeper that he wants to get rid of. But yes, Tommy, he does like to stay comfortable. I told him you won't wear pajamas on the Elite Series. I know you like to do that, but he said, okay, I'll get golf pants, I'll get slacks, and I'll just get them printed, screen printed in my flannel color. So that is why Felix rocks that.
Free spirit, come as you are attitude.
Wants to feel comfortable, yeah.
Getting over right now to Bob Downey, Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Big stringer on day one. Bob Downey catching 27-4 for 5 bass and only backing it up yesterday with 1 fish, but it was a good one. If you're going to catch one, this is the right one to catch. Early yesterday. This fish is barely hooked. Bob Downey fishing the springs right off of Lake George. And big players in years past on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But as we talked about, these are the size bass that can show up at any time.
6 pound, 11 ounce.
We're vibing this morning, baby.
You're only going to catch one. That's the one. It's a good one to catch.
We're trying a little something different in this same area as we work up to that spot that I caught all 6 of my fish that I've weighed in so far. We've got clouds this morning, so I'm just throwing some more reaction baits again, but more so topwater stuff, and chatterbait and buzzbait a little bit. Haven't had a bite yet though. We had a really warm night. It was in the 50s all night, and we got clouds and it feels humid today, so it feels like one of those days where they should be, we've had a couple warm sunny days now, and you'd think they'd be on the bank, and they probably are in certain areas. So I'm just gonna probably stay around in this area today, at least for the first part of the day, and see if I can't figure out what happened to those fish. I will try that area. Who knows, maybe they'll still be there. I don't really have a lot of confidence in it right now, but I gotta try it for a half hour or an hour and just see if I can't get a bite or two. But I'll probably stay along the bank and try some new stuff and go all the way in the back too. And just see if I can't relocate these fish. I think day one, they were really just sucked in there because of the cold night that we had leading up to it. I think it really pulled them down in there. But I know fish live in this area. There's also been a lot of fish taken out of this area in the last couple days too, so it's seen a lot of pressure. But so I'm gonna spend some time here. I don't really want to die here today if it's not happening, but I know that they live here if I can just kind of figure out.
Looking at the springs just off of Lake George, and one thing to know, Tommy Sanders, is yesterday afternoon, Brandon Polinick and a few other anglers started to see big bass locking on beds with a warm night. Look for that to possibly be a big player today.
Well, it's early yet, and John Cruz starting with the big lead. He's got one in the boat. And Patrick Walters with 4 small ones, eating into that lead just a little bit. David Mullins also on the boat. Masayuki Matsushita, big day for him yesterday. The best of all of them yesterday. Still looking for his first keeper, as is right behind him in 5th place, Stetson Blaylock. We have so much more yet to come on a very important day here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Live tournament action, first stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We are at St. John's River. Down here in Florida, people have been coming down here for 100 years to bass fish. This time of year, escaping the cold, hoping for warm weather. John Cruz, massive lead to start the day, 10 pounds plus, but that's been eaten into a tiny bit by Patrick Walters. He's gotten off to a quick start with 4 small ones, just one to a limit that he will look to upgrade, definitely, as the day goes on. David Mullins hanging tough in there. Masayuki Matsushita, Stetson Blaylock still waiting on their first fish. And we can go down the leaderboard. We have 47 anglers after our cut after the day 2 weigh-in yesterday, and we will only have 10 when it's all said and done today after the weigh-in who will have a shot at the trophy.
And really, if you kind of looked at pre-tournament reports, looking at the St. John's River, your TH Marine Weather Watch is going to be exactly that. High of 73 and a low of 51, and a lot of the anglers in this field thought days 1 and 2 with those cold nights were going to be very tight, very inconsistent, and that's what it's been so far. Your TH Marine Weather Report tomorrow, 64 with a low of 31, but that low is not going to hit until tomorrow night. That is not going to be tonight. Going to have a little bit more wind tomorrow, and the other thing about that, all of those reports going to get out to Austin Felix right now. Many of the anglers said that today and tomorrow would be by far the best fishing of this tournament.
Back down to Austin Felix, one of 2 Minnesota anglers in our top 10 to start the day.
Man, you can't see it, but he's in Rodman Reservoir, and where he's at, it is a minefield of timber underneath the surface there from when they flooded this thing.
It's a good one.
Austin Felix fishing about 7 to 10 feet of water, suspending jerkbait, and he said the biggest key, long casts and very, very erratic jerks.
give up. You got to chase them around like this. There's so much standing timber. If you don't stay right on top of them, you can't weave your line around them to figure out, keep them from wrapping you in the timber. So, kind of found the best way to do it is to just stay right on top of them if you can. Oh, he ain't that big. I thought he was bigger than that when he jumped. He's a decent one though.
And that jerkbait right there has counted for everything Austin Felix has put on the scale this week. And really, he is one of the anglers that has lived in Rodman. He has started there, stayed there until it is time to come to weigh in. Solid keeper from the Minnesota angler.
Well, half as many anglers in the field as there were on the first 2 days, so Rodman
open up a little bit.
Got a little more
right?
elbow room in Lake Rodman. Could work to Austin Felix's favor. Let's move on. Good distance away to Patrick Walters. He has been the Rodman guy you mentioned the past couple of years, but certainly can catch him all over this place.
Yeah, starting just north of Crescent Lake today. He's been able to catch a limit out of here every day. Not a big limit, but a 5 bass limit, usually first hour of competition each day of this event so far. See all of these anglers looking at their front-facing sonar, able to see a lot of these fish, to see their bait. That has been a big, big player. Not something you're used to really seeing on this body of water, but, or any of the body of waters we go to. Get to see a lot of that today.
Walters is our first to limit. He has cut his deficit to John Cruz from 10 pounds 6 ounces to 5 pounds 6 ounces.
He is catching them at will right now, but definitely not the ones you want here on the St. John's.
And you want to make up that deficit. I mean, Patrick Walters started the day 10 pounds and 6 ounces behind, but you would love to make up 10.6 today, Tommy. But if you can cut it to 5, you can cut it to 4.5, you're in striking range easily tomorrow.
Let's head back down to Lake George right now, up in the Springs, where we saw Bob Downey fishing and a lot of other anglers this event and years past.
A little bait scattered up there.
One of the anglers that caught him sight fishing yesterday, late in the day, said he saw multiple 6-pounders. And the reason these springs are so productive and get a ton of pressure, doesn't look like it right there.
Big. No, he's not that big, but he'll help. Get in here. I mean, I'm not mad about it. I mean, I'm not mad starting it off like that. Might have been the one that bit our crankbait. I mean, right through the middle. Not a bad way to start.
Good one for Brandon Polinick right there. And the reason those springs are so popular, all of that water in there. The further you go back into that spring, it'll go from 55 to 60, all the way up to some areas 65-degree water temp, which draws a lot of those bigger St. John's River bass in.
Keep your eyes on this guy. Brandon Polinick is an accomplished angler. Over a decade, despite his young appearance here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's got multiple wins, an Angler of the Year title as well. started back in 2012 with his first Elite Series win. He's a former Bass Nation, which is the amateur circuit champion. That's how he got his start, and man, he is built on that to have one of the top careers in the history of the Bassmasters.
Yeah, and really a lot of Polinick's victories. You don't want him hanging around on Championship Sunday, because a lot of his victories, they are blowouts by the end of the weigh-in.
He has gotten it done everywhere from the St. Lawrence River
right on the bottom. And
down
before
south.
they start spawning, they want something off the bottom. But it's like, that's kind of what I've figured out here in Florida, is like, they just, before the spawn, off the bottom. As soon as they start spawning, it's got to be on the bottom. Maybe that was the male. That was fun. Let's do it again.
Hey, that is actually really good info. Earlier this week, Brandon Polinick said he wanted it. This is rare. You don't hear this a lot. He wanted it to stay cold. Moving baits. Big bass were eating moving baits. He said as the tournament's gone on, we said this would be a tournament of adjustments. And you see Polinick, he thinks they're starting to spawn, slowing way down here on semifinal Saturday.
Well, if that one we just saw was the male, then we may be in for a big one. Keep our eyes on Brandon Polinick, and we will be doing that all day long. Plenty more to come. Don't go away.
Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Super excited about the Harris Chain. It's one of my favorite places to go fishing in the country. Vast body of water, but they're connected by canals. You got lake here, lake there, lake there. We're gonna have a little bit of a cold front pushing in when we get there, so the shell bed stuff probably still gonna be rocking. I'm gonna take the power worm, which is a staple in Florida, and just drag that around across those shells and through that grass. And if they decide to pop up and go shallow and get up around the reeds, the arrowheads or the pads or whatnot, then I'm gonna take the Berkeley General. I'll have one wacky rigged, one Texas rig, flip it around at everything. It's like bass candy. They can't stand it that time of year. So these two are definitely gonna play at Harris without a shadow of a doubt. Now the big worm, for the guys that like to do that, they're gonna catch some, but the stick bait like this General right here, Max Scent, the jerk bait stunner, they're just staples down there this time of year all the way through the summer. This is the Berkeley Stunner, chartreuse shad. It looks just like a golden shiner for Florida. This is a bite getter in Florida.
Hearing from the man for the past 2 years, he's been the prominent public face of bass fishing as the world champion for 2 consecutive years. He'll be trying for 3 after this event at the Harris Chain, which we're very much looking forward to. In Florida, not that far away, yet very different. You can find a lot of different situations here, and not a wild river situation. This is, boy, you can get into a big load of them here.
Absolutely, and the one thing you keep your eye on the Harris Chain, not quite as affected by cold fronts as our body of water here on the St. Johns River. Right. Gonna get back down to the springs off of Lake George. You see Brandon Polinick, who just caught a solid one, and old Bob Downey in Minnesota.
He's not old.
No, he's not actually at all. It just sounds good, Tommy Sanders.
I got you.
Bob Downey, 0 fish in his live well, currently 8th place.
He's been one to catch big bites, not a lot of bites, but big bites. A 7+ on day one, a 6.5 yesterday to help him stay in the top 5.
Fantastic camera shot right there.
How about that? Little X-Wrap prop to start the day. Right on the point, inside of where we've been catching them. That's a solid one, dude. All right. Good one. All right, so that one was on the bank. That did not look that big when I first hooked up with it. Oh, sweet, dude. That's a good start. Rapala just came out with some new colors of that prop, X-Wrap prop. That's a 4-pounder. I'll take that. Last year, specifically made for down here in Florida. And like that chrome and orange chrome is always real good down here. And
X-Wrap prop bait has been a player the last couple days, mimicking the needlefish here in the St. Johns River.
Side.
Gets bites and it gets big ones.
It's a good one.
Good one for old Bob Downey.
I think it's our first topwater blow up of the week.
On camera, yes.
Camera,
Polinick
yes.
actually caught a big one yesterday on that exact same bait midday. You're starting to see definitely a change in the fish. They're, number one, they're in a better mood early today than they have been the first 2 days of competition. Going to get back over to Patrick Walters.
Only runts are biting right now for some reason.
One bird, bird's eye view. Patrick Walters fishing north of Crescent, like David Mullins. Lots of bites this morning.
That'll go. Just keep asking for him.
Patrick Walters already with his 5 bass limit, starting to make small culls, small upgrades. Hummingbird, bird's eye view. And going back to that topwater bite that Bob Downey got, and the fish that you saw Polinick catch in the springs, these fish have really changed since the first day of competition. There was a lot of fish shallow in those springs last week on Sunday. We were coming off a little bit of a warming trend. The weather absolutely crashed, and a lot of those big ones got into the ditches, the deeper areas of the springs. And with that warm night, really how it warmed up yesterday afternoon, a lot of fish in those springs went shallow.
One thing to note, Tommy, you said Patrick Walters has a great resume. Overall, College Series or the Elite Series or the Opens.
He's dazzling.
Clicked all the boxes.
At the St. Johns River, 3 previous trips here, 3 tournaments in a row here, 4th, 10th, and 4th, and he started today in 4th place. So this could be his 4th top 10 in as many trips to this body of water to start his Elite Series career.
Consistency like that on any body of water is very hard to do. Doing it here, man, hats off.
If you've never been to the St. Johns, that water looks black. It's actually not. It's a. We talked about it yesterday on Bassmaster Live. It's a tea-colored water.
That'll help a little bit.
Most definitely.
Yeah, calm down. Getting somewhere.
It's tea colored above the water, and it makes everything look a little copperish under the water. But for the fish, it's pretty clear, to be honest.
Yes.
It's pretty clear compared to what we see. Yes.
More of a dark bottom.
Yeah.
Mark Zoni, you made a point yesterday about guys who go through big numbers of fish on this place. what's possible when you're doing that and Patrick Walters in that spot.
That's the problem with Patrick Walters. I mean, he's going to go through some numbers.
One of our super rookies in the top 10. Great day yesterday for Masayuki Matsushita. Fished his way in the Classic last year. Last year also fished all the open tournaments and found his way into the Elite Series.
23-pound, 5-ounce limit yesterday.
One of only 2 over 20 pounds on day 2. They only had 5 over 20.
Oh.
No. I don't know, maybe I think.
Well, the points races are big here. Right now we got for you our list. Right early on in the season, the Falcon Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch, and there he is, Masayuki Matsushita, the guide on Lake Biwa in Japan, who's worked so hard to make it here and really getting some good feedback from his Elite Series experience. Matty Wong, we spent some time with yesterday. Fascinating young guy from Hawaii. Jonathan Kelly from Old Forge, PA on the Susquehanna River, Jay Shakur. Well, we've got every year it's just superstars in the rookie ranks.
Every corner of the map, we have great Elite Series pros. And Z, we've got a lot of guys that we really expected to maybe catch them better than they did this week, including a surprise for the first time in 482 days. It's been over a year and a half since Seth Fighter, our 2021 Bassmaster Angler of the Year, has missed a day 3 cut of any kind. Classic, Elite Series, it has been 482 days since October 17th of 2020, the last time he missed a day 3 cut. That's how great his 2021 season was. But we mentioned it, other anglers doing very well, not only rookies, but from across the map, guys from Virginia, Louisiana, South Carolina, all showing up big. And looking at our last 2 days of competition, this is semifinal Saturday. We have today and tomorrow to wrap up this event. But day 1, John Cruz, our day 1 and 2 leader, busted it out big with 28 pounds on day 1 of this event, the 10th biggest bag in St. Johns River history for the Elite Series. And then we always see a 10-pounder at the St. Johns River. And if we see one, it's always on day 1 and day 2 of this event. Almost hit that mark on day 1, a 9.13 from Brandon Cobb. That helped his cause out because it was tough. It was his only fish of the day. Then we get over to day 2 and how it changed a little bit. Like you said, Such, only 2 anglers with over 20 pounds on the day, Masayuki Matsushita and Drew Cook, both of them making big rallies up our leaderboard. Masayuki jumped into 2nd place with 23 pounds, 5 ounces yesterday. Caleb Summerall, we got to see this clip on Bassmaster Live as well, a 9-pound, 7-ounce big bass of the day, almost hitting a 10-pounder as well. So we're seeing a lot of different anglers factor, not only rookies, but guys from across the country. You saw that Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year watch. We have guys from Hawaii, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Texas, all in the top 4 of the rankings.
They're all so impressive anymore. I mean, you don't come out here green anymore. You come out full-blown, ready to go, ready to compete. And we see that year after year, better year after year.
And we did it. We had half of our rookies make the day 3 cut today. So half of them getting their first experience in a check, and then also the other ones, some of them close. Joseph Webster missing it by just a few ounces, the first man out.
Eyes on the rookies, eyes on the guys at the top of the leaderboard. Getting a little action there. You see the giant lead for John Cruz.
Where did that lead go?
Yeah, it kind of turned into a 3.5-pound lead, but that's the nature of early going on any day of competition on the Bassmaster Elite Series. John Cruz expected to put a limit in the boat today, but you never know. You never know. This place is full of surprises. It's full of giant, game-changing fish as well. You have every reason to stay with us. We'll be right back.
Look at the size of that bass! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Day 3 of 4 days of fishing to start the 2022 season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River, and the veteran. He's fished the Elite Series every year of its existence, and before that, still a young man though, John Cruz, and man, what, has he got it? Yes, he's still got it for sure. A lead of 10 pounds plus. It's been diminished significantly so far by Patrick Walters with an early limit. And let's take a look at John Cruz from yesterday.
Exactly right, John Cruz. Just a very, very consistent day. But really caught him better than anybody that we had a camera with starting in Rodman. catching really good numbers. And here's the one thing we can start to let out. A lot of our anglers, Tommy, have been fishing in Rodman Reservoir, a minefield of flooded timber. John Cruz is fishing in there. A lot of the anglers that have done well in there, 5 to 10 feet of water. John Cruz is fishing much, much deeper than anybody else. Said he really prepared for the major, massive cold front that hit the St. Johns River. After Rodman, he's gone into the St. Johns River itself, making big late-day upgrades. And it's kind of been a hodgepodge. You know, he said he was stunned what he caught on day number 1. Yesterday was a little more, what he said, a little more of a realistic day of fishing.
Well, his 28 pounds on day number 1 was astonishing, to be sure. And backing that up is not an easy thing to do here. He did it quite well.
He still had one of the 5 or 6 biggest bags of day 2 after having overwhelmingly the best bag on day 1. That is why his lead simply grew from 12 ounces to almost 10 pounds. For John Cruz, if he has just a solid day today, he should be able to maintain something.
Coming to you, of course, from the great St. Johns River, and our fantastic host city is the city of Palatka, great bass fishing town. So many ardent bass fishing fans in this area. They'll be here for the weigh-in. The weigh-in, well, they're come to see partially, well, for a lot of reasons, this guy right here, Dave Mercer, who is the host of the weigh-in host for all of the Bassmaster Elite Series events. Also the Classic. Dave, thank you for being with us, making yourself available on site this morning. You'll be taking the baton a little bit later to lead us through this competition, but for right now, what's on your radar?
The one thing that really stands out for me, guys, is Cruz and how he's fluid. Basically, I talked to him this morning, and he said, you know, the biggest mistake you can make in Florida, and he's made it in the past in his career, is just setting a number in your head and being like, once I get to here, I can let off, or I have to stay in here. He said, as soon as you think you've got this place figured out, the repo man comes and rips it right away from you. And he's learned that. So he is basically, I asked him, you know, often we'll say, is there a number that you feel like if I get this and I get this, I'm safe? He's like, there is no number. He says, and there is also no area. He said, I'm literally fishing free and fluid, and whatever I feel is where I go. So he is not locked down to the way he's caught him. He's not locked down to being a, you know, I need 12 pounds, I need 15 pounds, I need 17 pounds. He says, I don't really even look at the fish. He says, I don't pay attention to the fish until my smallest fish is a giant. And he says, at that point, you know, like on day 1, he's like, I think we're good because they're all giants.
Dave, one of the things you have seen on the weigh-in stage is you have seen epic comebacks. And when you looked at that lead when we started here on FS1 this morning, dude, that's a massive lead where you're like, oh, all he needs to just shoot par, you know, have a couple good stringers. Here's the weird thing. Talk about the state of Florida to where your lead is just never safe compared to other areas of the country that we go to.
I don't think you have to look any further than, and I'm sure he's not happy I bring it up, but Brian Snowden. I mean, I think it was the biggest lead going into a final day, and it was squandered on the final day just because you're never safe in Florida. And it's because, not just because the fishing is volatile, it's because of the giant bite. I mean, you see somebody like Caleb Summerall catch a 9-pounder yesterday, and all of a sudden that scoreboard changes in a hurry. And we're not talking about jumping a dozen spots. We're talking about 30, 40 spots you can jump. So to think you're safe, even in the top 10, nobody is ever safe here in Florida. Not just because things change, but because the shots that are being fired across your bow from your competitors are giant, giant shots.
Dave, the job for all our 47 anglers out there on the water right now, they got one job to do, and that's to make it into that top 10. Let's imagine a scenario where John Cruz doesn't fail, doesn't crash, but loses maybe 20, 30%. His lead is 6 pounds, 7 pounds. The history of this place tells us it could be wide open. It could be the Wild West on the final championship day.
It definitely can, and the guy that, you know, is scary, and he's got the creepiest, weirdest little mustache growing right now. It's like the chia beard, but he is scary, never been out of the top 10, and other than his mustache, he's been a little quiet this week. Watch out for Patrick Walters, because, I mean, he is one of those dudes who just has this place dialed, and he's a leader in that technology, and that technology is playing again here this week.
Dave, always big crowds in Palatka, Florida. Some of the best crowds that we've seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but we have never experienced what goes on in Palatka, Florida after Championship Sunday on Super Bowl Sunday. Like, what's the dynamic there, do you feel, tomorrow?
There'll be nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, football season ended a couple of weeks ago, if you ask me. There'll be a Super Bowl party, I guess, for people that are into that kind of stuff. But there's entertainment every night after the weigh-in. So this whole community, and the entertainment isn't even on site here. It's up the road, and it's this whole community comes together to make this. And it's the same story over and over again, guys. We travel all across this country, and you see these communities, and you think the biggest community is going to put on the biggest show, and quite often it's some of the smaller communities, because not just because of one person, it's because of all the people. The entire community comes together and makes it an absolute event. Every single business in this community is supporting this event, and yes, there will be some football after weigh-in on Sunday.
Being a Chiefs fan, Dave did not answer a single thing that I
still the temper
asked,
tantrum.
Right?
For
And
the
I get
Chiefs
that,
fan.
man. He's passionate about
it. Dave, thank you so much. Dave Mercer will have plenty more for us during the course of the day, and of course hosting the weigh-in starting at 3:30 local time, Eastern time.
We should have really pressed him there and asked him if you could swap Joe Burrow for Patrick Mahomes. Would you?
Whoa!
Would you
Whoa.
going forward?
You'll
Would
get
you
another
swap
chance
them?
We'll see what that.
I don't know.
We'll
0 for 2 this year
provokes when you ask that question, Ronnie.
I just got in trouble because our head producer is a Chiefs fan as well. So
yeah, that is. You are tiptoeing through the jewelry store right there, my friend. Back to David Mullins, Bassmaster Live. One solid fish in his live well.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, that area right there, you can't tell this, but a lot like Bob Downey, a lot like Brandon Polinick, David Mullins fishing an area that has been throttled with pressure on the north side crescent this week. And he basically has outfished a lot of his competition. Area. Every year seems to get more and more pressure.
David Mullins, one of the solid guys, man, dependable, makes his cut every tournament just about, it seems like anyway. He doesn't have a bad season very often. On a straight trajectory upward through the years for the angler from Tennessee.
Happy David Mullins. Happy
David Mullins.
Mullins beat some of the best anglers on the St. Johns River in this area. Mark Menendez not getting a single bite here yesterday, yet Mullins moved up the leaderboard.
That is saying something. John Cruz, though, still on top. Walters, Downey, Mullins in pursuit. We'll be right back.
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
February 20th, it's the most iconic day in all of motorsports, the Daytona 500. The Great American Race kicks off the 2022 NASCAR season only on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Tell me, who do you have in that race?
I'm
on
not,
now.
I haven't had time to study.
The Great American Race need one pick, Tom.
I'm sorry. I'll have it for you. I'll have it
You're
for you.
a big
Don't
Joey
you worry.
Logano fan. I know
We're starting the 2022 season here in Florida for the Bassmaster Elite Series. I don't have a pick for you right now, but I got some good candidates.
Good to slink back out on the water right now with Patrick Walters. More keepers than anybody we've been with so far today.
I will say a little bit of Kyle Busch. Give me a little Kyle Busch.
I'm not going to disagree with you. Yeah. Likeable fella.
I don't think he's gonna go. I had to check on that one fish. Make sure he's not getting lazy on me.
Z, you think he feels like he can burn this specific spot down because he has other areas and other things he can lean on, and he can just try to make it worth the biggest weight possible this morning?
Here's the best way to put it, though. Patrick Walters, his calculator has been throughout this tournament, said it earlier today, 5 bass, 17 pounds. That's the target weight that he thought would win this tournament. Really, it's fun what Patrick Walters is doing, but these bass mean virtually nothing on this body of water if you're going for the win. There's only one decent-sized bass in Patrick Walters' live well, and a lot of really his meats, his big ones, have come out of Rodman. Kind of, sort of looked for him to roll fairly soon.
That'll help a little bit.
Well, if being around him means anything, Walter certainly is accomplishing that as we head up to Brandon Polinick, and he's going to show us our Bass Pro Shop's top lures moment for this morning.
Well, this one has seen its fair share of teeth marks. This is a X-Wrap prop made by Rapala, the number 11 size. Seems to be the perfect size, Florida gold. They always love that color down here. I add a little VMC feathered treble on the back. Just seems to help give it a little bit more drag, and you get that good straight, just seems to help a little bit. But this one's nice because it casts easy on a bait caster. You can still be accurate. But it is a fun way to catch them.
This was earlier this morning.
Big one. Polinick actually caught this one. I believe that was
not that big, but it'll...
Yeah, soft plastic stick bait.
But, Z, that X-Wrap prop, whether they're spawning or not, it is a great search bait in Florida because you can cover a lot of water and they will expose themselves for you to maybe flip back in there with
mad about it.
The other thing is that prop bait catches big ones in this state.
Like that.
Polinick caught a big one yesterday. The other thing that Polinick said, 3 of his fish yesterday, he caught sight fishing off of spawning beds. He said he saw multiple 6 to 7 pounders
just replay it.
yesterday. Yes, cruising and locking on.
Okay, 6 pounder. Heard the drill. On live. Now show yourself. Could just happen any cast here with any bait. So many big ones swimming around here this week. The hardest part is they've been kind of spread out. So deciding if you want to fish off the bank or cast toward the bank.
See what he's doing right there.
And this morning we just haven't got enough clues for me to focus in on one or the other. Got that one bite up shallow, but a few of the other shallow places I've hit has been nothing. Biggest thing for me yesterday, I had one big bite, like almost a 6 pounder on a jerk bait, but the biggest key was actually making an adjustment to move shallower and go sight fishing. And I ended up catching another one about 5 pounds and another one pushing 4, and then just a 12-incher, and saw a few good ones swimming around up there. So that was kind of the saving grace yesterday, pitching that center stick around and being able to get those bites, or else I probably would have ended up like most of the rest of the guys in here with, 2 bass, 3 bass, something like that. It definitely got tougher. But I think it's gotten tougher just because fish have gotten more and more spread out.
A lot of Polinick's big fish on day number 1 coming on that jerkbait in the Springs. There we're going to get into the canal going to Rodman, Humminbird bird's eye view, Stetson Blaylock. Great first day, 22 pounds. Yesterday, a lot slower. Kind of salvaged the day with a finesse presentation with a wacky worm in that canal. Humminbird bird's eye view with Stetson. He's had another top 10 in that canal in years past. A lot of
when
current.
you're fishing places that are current related, everything's different every day. And I don't, as much as I've fished tidal water and done well on it, I don't understand it, and I don't understand what makes the fish do what they do. So I just have to kind of fish it to figure out what's happening. I'm coming here where I've caught most of my fish, and I've had 2 little bites since we got here, so that's a good sign, but they were both tiny little bass, so I'm hoping that those better ones will show up. Even if it is one at a time and it takes all day, that's okay. It's just, we just got to get those quality bites.
There is just a lot of resident fish that live in that canal you're looking at right there in your Humminbird bird's eye view. See Stetson Blaylock with a good finish there. So far this week, Bill Lowen, a lot of his big fish on day number 1, 3 over 5 pounds the last 2 hours.
Hasn't been a fast start for Stetson either one of the previous 2 days, but he has constantly sort of changed his approach and gotten it done on each of those 2 days.
And he even mixed in a couple lipless catches yesterday afternoon and some river bend turns that were not in this area, so maybe he'll explore that if it gets tougher here.
And really looking at the live coverage today, it's been like that the whole tournament. And not only the tidal fishery combined with very, very unstable weather, flurries of bites. You see the guys all catching them at the same time, and then it'll shut off, and just little spurts of action so far here on semifinals Saturday.
Always pretty much a wild ride here on the St. Johns River. That's one of the reasons we love coming here. Why we start our season here, and John Cruz, who's, man, one of the top guys as many years as he's been competing. 12 classics he's qualified for. He's only got 1 win. That talks to the competition level.
And not only that, you start to talk about John Cruz is a little bit off pace from days 1 and 2 at this time.
He's a little bit behind. We look at the second Tim there, down through the Ray Hanselmans, who have all had a good day. All of these guys have had one decent day, and they've all had some valleys to deal with too. We'll be back with plenty more coverage from the St. Johns.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
Bassmaster Live coverage continues here. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. First stop of the year. First of 9 events that comprise the series for 2022. This is day number 3. We started with 96 anglers. We are down to 47 now, and they are shooting for only 10 spots in tomorrow's final, Championship Sunday. John Cruz, the veteran, who's got a great record here for the most part, has a great effort going on out there. The first 2 days, trying to get it going a little faster today.
And we talked about this at the end of Bassmaster Live on Bassmaster.com yesterday. For John Cruz to have 10 bass that weigh an average of 4.5 pounds, for as tough as it is, we said this would be a top-heavy event, which usually is here at the St. Johns. Man, some of the biggest names in the Elite Series really struggled this week, where a lot of the top-heavy guys kind of made it look easy. From there, we're going to get to the bottom end. I believe that's the bottom end of Crescent.
Matsushita, rookie.
Yes.
A little hope some big fish can be coming in. Buddy Gross with a 5-pounder. Last year's winner, Brian Nugent, about a 4.5.
Lost a good one earlier.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Sure.
5 pound? 4 pound? I don't know. Yeah, fast one. Yeah.
Massa made the comment after the weigh-in yesterday, a lot of his fish, pre-spawners. He said the
thank you.
warm weather kind of reloading this area throughout the day.
He's all by himself down there today, too.
Did you see how strong and fast that fish was when it surged under the boat to the front?
Angry fish, Ron. Big bag for him yesterday. Giant day, 23 pounds, 5 ounces for Matsushita. Comes from Lake Biwa in Japan, a place that is known for heavy pressure, and he guides there. He knows how to get it done when it's a little finicky or hard to get the bite.
Happy Massa right there, Tommy Sanders.
We have had over the last 3 seasons Japanese influx of anglers, and these are the top level anglers. In Japan, they are the angler of the years. They are the legendary, the prodigies over there. And guys like Taku Ito already with a win. Masayuki Matsushita won an Open. So did Daisuke Aoki. Kenta Kimura as well.
What? The bait? This one? Okay.
Little Tokyo rig right there. Interesting.
Good sized worm, magnum sized worm.
Was?
Yep.
Doing something different. And as you said, Such, all left alone on the bottom of Crescent. Very happy after the weigh-in yesterday. And like we heard, like Taku Ito, an enormous Odell Beckham fan right there.
Oh, now wait a minute.
It is,
you
Tom.
Sure? Or can you be sure?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. That's
No.
just speculation.
Not at this point of the game.
All right. Been fishing a long time. Got in with a group of teenagers fishing canals in Japan. That got him hooked on it, and he has been. This has been his dream ever since a very young fella.
They have a huge video production team when it comes to traveling around together. They kind of are nomadic in the United States. They just travel around and practice for the next places and go stop to stop, and the guys shoot video with them, and they produce some excellent videos of their travels.
So, Ronnie, you covered Massa in the Bassmaster Opens. What's his game?
That's what I always try to figure. You don't want to just box them in because they enjoy throwing spinning rods quite a bit. You don't want to box them in as a finesse fisherman. I know Kenta Kimura loves to throw crankbaits. Taku loves to finesse fish. But Massa, he likes the baitcaster. He likes throwing a big worm, a Texas rig offshore, sitting on the bottom, a big worm, jig, big football jigs, Carolina rigs. And now we see it's not a standard Texas rig, but the same principle, but it looks like I think they call it a jicka rig, where the weight is connected to the hook, but it's kind of like a drop shot, not a leader off the bottom.
Not an inline deal.
Yes, it is a one-unit deal. We'll have to get a better look at that.
Teardrop looking.
But yeah, Massa seems to be an offshore brush pile, old school, kind of a big worm fisherman.
And even though he's near the bank here, those are staging fish that he said yesterday. Yes.
And big worms still. We always like to downsize our baits when we get up towards bedding season, but in Florida, it seems like those old school ribbon tail worms or the 7 to 8 inch straight tail worms, the bigger than average worms work here even shallow at the St. John's.
Mercer said he's going to drag Massa out for the Super Bowl tomorrow night. That should be off the chain.
Oh, no doubt.
Yes. I believe John Cruz has made his way into Rodman, where the majority of his damage on days 1 and 2. And again,
4 more big one.
Again, with John Cruz, you look at him fishing vertical here. A lot of his fish yesterday on a drop shot with a 6-inch straight tail, finesse worm. Cruz fishing so much deeper than any. And the one common theme in Rodman this week with guys like Austin Felix, who's caught him on a jerkbait, and Cruz, who has caught them on a jerkbait, deeper and a drop shot, is not the standing timber. It's been a lot of the broken timber that is either laying on the bottom or basically has broken off and makes almost a Y towards the bottom. Not the typical standing timber in Rodman. It had to be broken down.
the long season, these guys are fishing for the win. That's the main thing on the plate this week, but also points. The points situation through the season is very, very critical. John Cruz, of course, as we look at our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch, is the man on top with 100 points. Nice Sheeta.
Today is a huge day because only 47 anglers fishing. Half the field cannot gain points. So if you are below 30th place, you can gain 15, 20, 30 points today that you'll need later in the year.
We got plenty more on the way here. Guys, welcome, by the way, to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. So happy to have you with us. Got plenty more on the way. Lots of live fishing action on today. Such a crucial day, and I don't think we've seen the story unfold quite yet.
No, and it really kind of feels like, if you look at how a lot of the guys caught them on days 1 and 2, it really feels like the St. Johns River, with the warming night last night, the St. Johns River is changing by the minute. And I think you're going to see, somewhere through today at least, you're going to see somebody get up shallow and catch one of those mid-20 bags.
It's going to be very interesting how those springs work, where we see Bob Downey and where we see Brandon Polinick fishing. We've seen some quality come out of there this morning, Z, but we saw it also peter out for a lot of anglers yesterday, and they did not have a lot of quantity in there. What adjustments will they make in there in the afternoon? We will see.
All right, we're looking forward to all of that. We have plenty more to come. Right now, let's take a look at our leaderboard. These are unofficial weights right now. Nothing's official until we get done with the weigh-in, which is coming up at 3:30 today. John Cruz still with the lead here, but nothing like the lead he started with today. Walters catching the numbers, no big ones yet. Sheeta lost a big one early and put a big one in the boat here just about 15, 20 minutes ago. So things are changing, things are moving, and will continue to do so all day long.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Today, it's a couple of big-time Big East and Big Ten battles on Fox. First, Seton Hall battles number 15 Villanova at 12:30 Eastern. And then it's Indiana and number 17 Michigan State.
Go Green.
3:30 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. I know you have a connection.
I do.
With Spartans.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was up there a month ago. We're going to do our Minn Kota had a time up there,
Did
too,
you really?
John.
I bet you
Absolutely.
did.
Brought the whole family. Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. Taking a look at your St. Johns River right here. Fish catches so far. And here's the best way to put it. So really, if you look at the St. Johns River, the way it has been this time around, look at that right there. That is Lake George, and that has always been the most dominant player. Every single event that the Bassmaster Elite Series has come to the St. Johns River, kind of a bummer. Not the case anymore. It's been a little bit of a grimy St. Johns River this time around. Been top heavy, but for the most part, the Bassmaster Elite Series field has really struggled here in this body of water this week.
Yeah, the struggle continues on, but we're looking for a winner nonetheless.
It's real.
We will get one.
Yeah.
We get one every year. In the past years, most recently 2016. How about Rick Clunn, the legend, not only winning one here in 2016 with 81 pounds, which was a great effort.
And I kind of want you to just look at the water quality from then to now. And I don't know why that is. A lot of people have blamed throughout the years, they blamed hurricanes where it rips all the eelgrass out. You see the environment with Rick Clunn, you see a lot of dollar pads. The eelgrass would filter the water. It was very healthy. And I don't know. I don't know if the hurricanes have affected or what the factor is, but it is a different St. Johns River now than it was in years past.
2019, the second return to the, so back-to-back. St. John's wins for the legend Rick Clunn. This time around, he's only 2 pounds shy of the 100-pound centennial mark.
We talk about the St. John's and how many different places have factored, and then we get to 2020. Crazy weather, canceled a day of competition, and Paul Mueller did it against the grain, going farther north than we've seen anyone else, and he took the title for 3 days.
Paul Mueller's second victory with the Bassmaster Elite Series down here. Last year, man, oh man, it was a spectacle. The final day, jumping over 6 competitors, the rookie.
Exactly right. Brian New, the rookie, his very first Bassmaster Elite Series event. He wins the tournament. And I guess one thing that's a surprise, Brian New was fishing the bottom end of Lake George that still has a great environment, has a lot of pads, and there were some guys really catching them down there. has not been a big player this time around. And really, every single event that we have covered on the St. John's, it has been won in different areas except for Rodman, which Rodman, a big player this time around, could hold the title this event.
So you know what's crazy?
What's that, Such?
Klon and Mueller, winners here, have also both finished last in this event at this venue, St. John's.
I will say, why did Mueller finish last? Tell the folks. Tell the story, Such. Why did Mueller finish last?
He had to leave for the birth of his child.
Yes, he left midday, you know, had to
Mueller
go see his son.
Mueller and Klon had a very tough tournament this time around. Mueller, one of those guys that, look, we can talk about it, man. He needs to catch them this year. He has titles on the Elite Series, but as far as consistency, Paul Mueller needs a good year.
Yeah, especially in Florida. He's won here. He's also finished at the bottom multiple times, like Such said, but he has not dialed in that Florida consistency for sure.
A lot of Florida consistency through the years for this man right here, the veteran Bill Lowen. This is our Humminbird bird's eye view, where he's set up right there. Also has done great in years past at the Harris Chain, the next stop for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Got a big one out of Rodman, Chad Morgan-Taylor, 5-pounder.
Z, I'll have to show the folks at home in a little bit what it looks like, what we were describing under the water at Rodman, that you can't see unless you're looking at your electronics or unless you're out there on the water.
Right now. I hope you do.
But what the terrain is and how actually difficult, even though forward-facing sonar, according to fans, makes it so much easier for people to catch fish, that's the only way that you're going to not get snagged every cast using a moving bait in some of those areas at Rodman. So we'll have to show you what
You have
the
some
obstacles.
sparkling images?
A couple, you know.
Yeah. I don't doubt it. Bill Lowen, like John Cruz, one of the men who have fished all 16 previous years of the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's a long time. These guys have got staying power. But Bill Lowen, for all his great and good finishes, many years, many classic qualifications, had never won his first event. That came true last year on Pickwick Lake. Very different sort of conditions on Pickwick, but we'll let the big fish do the talking here.
Absolutely right. Flooded conditions, dirty water, and it's almost like Bill Lowen got just consistent as the tournament went along. Caught a giant on the final day of the tournament. Bill Lowen, one of the nicest guys that we have covered on the Elite Series team, for the victory last year on Pickwick. And there's been so many places that we've been where you're like, here, St. John's, where you're like, this really sets up for your style, where you can kind of bunker in, fish slow. Bill lost a couple big ones yesterday, we saw.
Every single final day.
Yeah! Woo! Look at the size of that one! Oh my gosh! Woo! It is big, folks at home. It's giant. Holy moly! Oh my gosh!
It seemed like every single Elite Series event he had a shot to win. On the final day, someone else would catch the big one. When he caught that big one last year, we kind of knew this is his time.
He'll be looking to defend that one later on this season. We're going to hit the lower end of the Tennessee River, Pickwick Lake, with Bill Lowen. He's started the day today in 9th place, had 20 pounds plus on day number 1 and 10 pounds 2 ounces on day number 2. Actually 20 even on day 1.
Boy, this kind of weather. You could feel that there could be a wave that pushes shallow somewhere today. Calm, somewhat high skies, coming off of a warm night. Guys like Drew Cook, some of your shallow water anglers started to rebound yesterday. Lowen made a bait switch on day 1, was flipping a soft plastic stick bait and went to a typical 7-inch finesse worm, colored June bug. Said that turned the entire complexion of his tournament around.
Buffalo and grew up and made his name on the Ohio River, which is a slightly different river than the St. Johns.
So he's used to this kind of fishing.
Oh, yes. There you go.
What do you say on the tougher side?
Again,
side?
there's another
Grinder.
Bengals fan. There's another
Yeah.
big.
But he's never publicly repped them, and now he's putting stickers on his truck of him the year they're going to the Super Bowl. I'm just saying.
You saying bandwagon?
No, not bandwagon, but
Go Lakers?
He was a closet Bengals fan, and now he's a public Bengals fan. That's the deal.
Well, the Bengals fans have hurt for a long time. Back over John Cruz, only one fish in his live well, fishing up in Rodman. See Austin Felix in there.
All right, so I've kind of made the move to Rodman, and I got out here deeper. I thought we might have some cloud cover up here. We got a little bit. Nothing really to, uh-oh. Come on, buddy. There's one looking dead at it. Golly, I can see, he's just sitting there looking right at it. I know he is. So I'm just getting out here on this deeper stuff. That fish out there is in like 15, 16 feet of water. And just trying to scope around here and spot them and cast to them and try to catch them that way. I've been able to catch some each day doing that. We got very fortunate the first day and had some big ones doing that. Jerkbait's never really fired off since practice. It's been mostly the drop shot on Rodman, and then been able to catch some on a chatterbait back in the river. But here, I really thought we'd be able to snag us 3 or 4 on the river this morning, and if that was the case, I was going to stay a little longer. But you know, only had one fish, so we packed it up, switched gears, ran up here at the 9 o'clock lock, and now we've been up here for about 30-40 minutes. I haven't had a bite yet, but I'm just kind of taking my time. We've only been on this one stretch, and I'm gonna fish it out through here a little bit, and then make us another move. Just kind of bounce around on some of these deeper areas, kind of wintering areas, waiting for these fish to move up. I know a few were moving up on beds yesterday from some of the guys I talked to, but you know, it wasn't like the whole wave did. It's just a few of them started to move. But if that's the case, you think these fish would start eating if it was warming up, but that's not really been the case. I was able to see more fish than I caught yesterday, and it was a little disappointing to not catch more up here. But as of right now, we just gotta not get in too much of a hurry, keep casting to the cover, and keep switching gears. Don't get locked into one thing too much, and see what happens.
One
Got
fish
a lot
in
of
the
time.
boat.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely.
For John Cruz, and one thing to say, John Cruz has done this long enough. He will not spin out. Has a fish in his live well, a little bit over a pound, but definitely, I mean, if there's we opened the show with it. Door is open right now.
Normally, if I was going to Rodman, I'd be waiting on the lock. I wouldn't be getting the
Really
lock
behind schedule from days 1 and 2 with John Cruz.
Nobody's going through it though, Z. Nobody's going through that door yet.
No, not at all.
Chris Aldane. Great day 1, 19 pounds plus for Chris Aldane. And like, well, it's more the rule than the exception. Hard to sustain that pace for 2 days, but he is moving on. Got a couple of fish in the boat today. Chris, kind of give us the lay of the land. What's happening today, right now, where you are?
What's going on, Tommy? We're up here in Rodman Reservoir. There was only 3 of us in the lock this morning. We caught the first lock. I just caught a nice one, over 4-pounder. I got another little one in the boat, but if you look behind me right here, this has been my kind of technique and approach pretty much all week long. I had a big day the first day, I had 19 pounds. Yesterday, I couldn't quite get them in the boat, and here's why. You can literally walk across these mats right here. They are so thick. Up here in Rodman Reservoir, especially on the north end, there's just so much matted vegetation. These Florida bass love hanging out under this matted vegetation before the spawn occurs. So we're in that kind of zone right now. These cooler nights have these fish pushed up in these mats. But the real key here, instead of fishing those natural mats that are up there in that gator grass, that hyacinth, if you look at this mat right here and every mat I've been targeting this week, they're like trash mats. Look at all this driftwood that's been pushed in here from these winter north winds. And they're kind of looser. You get hyacinth, you have pennywort, and I just have an 1.5 ounce tungsten weight here with like a 4/0 hook, bandito bug, creature style bait, 8-foot 13 fishing flipping stick, 65-pound Seaguar braid. When most guys are fishing 16th ounce and weightless worms, I want the heaviest bait I could absolutely have, because you got to punch it through that stuff where those fish live. It's like 3 to 4 feet of water underneath. And when you flip it in there and it punches through that mat, and when one gets it, that's like the best bite ever. And that's what we're rolling with this week.
Chris, you have a lot of experience fishing the St. Johns River. Talk about why it's been so hard this time around compared to years past to stay remotely consistent in this tournament.
Oh, without a doubt. If you have Ronnie pull up my stats, you're going to see a lot of 70s, 80s, and 90th place finishes. This place is so difficult. Not only is the grass gone, but there's always that tide factor. I don't care where you're at on the St. Johns. When you say tide's not a factor, tide is always a factor on tidal water fisheries. You could go catch a fish on a Friday. Well, the timing's completely off because of the way the moon is and the way the tide moves. It's so difficult to stay on top of these St. Johns River fish. But here this week, I put myself in Rodman Reservoir. It's a complete reservoir off the tidal system, and you can fish this place like a lake. You got guys out in the middle throwing wacky worms and jerkbaits and standing timber. And here, like the mat behind me here, there's a lot of big ones trying to get shallow. But, you know, they're just not quite there yet. So we're trying to pick off those big pre-spawn fish leading into that spawning phase.
Chris, did you come into this thing looking at it as each day is a different tournament, or have you got the solid 4-day plan that you're talking to us about right now?
Yeah, Tommy, honestly, I don't think anyone in the 94 boat field had a solid plan going into this one. Cold, rainy conditions, wind and just low light conditions. No one knew what to expect. So as this day progresses, you're going to see guys make adjustments. Like instead of fishing a mat, maybe they'll fish the sand outcroppings out in front of these mats. But this is definitely the type of tournament where the guy figures it out along the way as it starts to warm up. You know, the first day at this time, I still had full bibs, a beanie on, by 10, 11 o'clock. And now it is hot right now. So things are going to develop for the guys. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stay in Rodman here. I actually saw some things I like swim bait wise. I see some big old giant gizzard shad being chased around. So we're going to do a little bit of that. But, if I get a wild hair, I'm going to walk back through, run down south and fish some of those springs. Because this time of year in February, when there's a slight warming trend, they spawn in those springs, those warm water springs first. So that's in the back of my head. Once I get done punching this mat here, I think I'm going to work my way to those springs and look for some spawning fish.
A lot of energy. A lot of energy
got the
right
plan,
there
got
today.
the energy.
Absolutely.
Chris Zaldain, as always.
I've been keyed up right now.
Yes, always bringing it. As always, Chris Zaldain. Couple of fish in the boat for him right now, a small one and a...
Sit here.
And he's right. I mean, he's zeroed day one of the season last year here, so he is right. He had to figure out something different. Rodman
and usually we'll catch up with Chris and all the rest when we return.
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Live coverage this morning and also tomorrow morning from right here on the St. Johns River here in Florida, the biggest river, most prominent river in the Sunshine State, and also a great place to start your season. This is day 3 of 4 days of fishing. Veteran John Cruz started the day with a 10-pound-plus lead. That has diminished significantly as we push through the morning. It's been quite a challenge, as you put it, Mark Zona, for just about all of our fishermen on this morning, but conditions changing, anything could happen at any time. Masayuki Matsushita, a rookie in the top 10 to start the day, started his day by missing a good fish, and then he caught a good one about 45 minutes ago.
Absolutely did, Tommy Sanders, and have not seen a tournament won out of Crescent for quite a few years. Could all change in here in the next few days.
Come on. Come on. Yes. 3 pound and a half, 4 pounder. Yes.
Well, he is not getting a lot of bites, but they are
Ooh,
better quality.
Maybe. Number 2.
Started the day in second place. 5 of those could go a long, long way on this day. If he could manage that.
Doing something different, left all alone, lost one good one early today.
No.
Got his deficit of 9 pounds, 13 ounces to 4.7 right now. 2 fish.
Not a lot of bites, but quality definitely there. And he made the comment that this warming trend was pushing a lot more pre-spawn bass.
Yes.
Again, looks like he's fishing very close to shore, but he's fishing, he said, a little offshore pre-spawn area.
Come on. Yes. 3 pound and a half, 4 pounder. Yeah.
That's
3 pound and a
awesome.
half, maybe. Number 2.
The rookie, maybe the most consistent big fish guy so far on this morning here. 5 of those we say could change his world, that is for sure. Ronnie Moore, you got something for us on the screen of knowledge, right?
I do.
Essential info.
Just like Masayuki Matsushita had a little bit of redemption there with his first fish and his second fish after losing that first one for the day. I've got a little redemption at the screen, okay, Z? Right. For Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake, our 2 fantasy game modes for the Bassmaster Elite Series. I will say I'm supposed to be the guru. And St. John's River threw me for a loop on day 1 of this event. So when we're talking about my team, I'm going to talk about the bounce back that occurred yesterday. A couple key guys. Cliff Prince, the overall local favorite, over 50% of fans that play fantasy fishing chose him. That's about 12 to 15,000 people picking Cliff Prince. He did not make the cut. That was very disappointing, but a couple guys snuck in the cut for me. I only had 1 after day 1 in the cut, but we had Jason Williamson jump up there. Drew Cook with the second biggest bag of day 2 ended up jumping into the cut where we expect him to be. Clark Winlet didn't make the cut, but salvaged some points, moved quite a bit up the leaderboard. But then when it comes to Mercury Drain the Lake, I don't have much to ride on. My team did not make an uptick yesterday. This is the game mode, Z, that I really thought that I was going to excel at because last season,
here.
Yes, when it debuted last year, it's different in the fact that you can pick anglers for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing as many times as you want throughout the year. You can pick them every event if you have a favorite angler. But for Mercury Drain the Lake, when you pick an angler, you're picking him for that event and that event only. You can no longer use him. So I was making some gambles. I was trying to play it a little safe this week, use some under the radar guys, and they just did not pan out for my team. And I am lower than expected in Mercury Drain the Lake, where I was in the top 2% of all of them last year.
Living in the world of fantasy, being the guru, question for you, any tips for all of our fantasy fans for next week on the Harris Chain?
I would say you better pick the guys who notoriously have good eyesight and vision and the ones who show up in the big bass events. So you got to be strategic, though, in these game modes. You don't want to go with the high chalk percentage guys because Cliff Prince burned a lot of people this week. Greg Hackney burned a lot of people this week. But you may want to consider some of those high percentage guys next week.
What do you call yourself?
Yeah. Well, I think I did a little better on Drain the Lake.
Ronnie.
We'll find out about that.
We'll get into that a little later, Tom. Unless it doesn't favor me, and then we won't get into it, Tom.
What we're going to get into here just moments away is Dave and Davey. Davey Height and Dave Mercer are going to grab the baton on site in Palatka, Florida, and from there guide us through the next, several segments of fishing for you to enjoy live here. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River with a John Cruz. Huge lead to start, maybe prohibitive, but not looking quite so prohibitive. The further we get into day number 3, you got to be in the top 10 if you want to make it happen. Corey Johnston fished his way into the top 10 for a little while earlier today. But as it always happens, things go up and down, especially at places as volatile as this spot. It's going to continue to change all day long. Day 3 action continues momentarily.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage. And where are we? In the Sunshine State, right here in northern Florida. A tradition to kick off the season in beautiful Palatka, Florida. And for the last 3 days, kind of a rarity. We took off on time. There was absolutely no fog delays this time around. And I'm happy to welcome everybody to our on-location coverage, where I'm joined by uber talented former Bassmaster Classic champion, multiple Angler of the Year titles, and Davey Height. The one question I got is, would you have ever imagined that John Cruz went out with a 10-pound lead and now only has one fish?
Well, it's surprising to see him with a 10-pound lead going into day 3, but it was also very surprising to see him only have one fish. He changed it up a little bit this morning. He started out in the river itself because he caught a few good fish there yesterday afternoon. Finally moved into Rodman, but only one fish out there this morning. Really tough start for him.
But the thing to remember is it's a long day in the water, and afternoon after afternoon, we have seen big jumps in our leaderboard. But let's look at our leaderboard as of right now, and there's a great aerial shot of our tournament leader, John Cruz. And he is on top of that leaderboard, but as we mentioned, that lead has shrunk, and a scary cat behind him. Patrick Walters never been out of the top 10 here, Davey.
Yeah, really amazing. We like to call him young Patrick Walters, but he has been around for 4 years now. And every single time we've been here to the St. John's River, he's made the top 10. Obviously, looks like he's going to do it again. One of these days, real soon, maybe tomorrow, he's going to hold that trophy over his head.
Not if this guy's got anything to say about it. Brandon Palnick sitting in 8th place right now. And as you see, started the day off right.
Yeah, he's just, Brandon Palnick is absolutely amazing. Whether you're down south or up north, it doesn't matter. If he's in the top 10, you got to look out for him.
But don't sleep on the sleepy assassin, Austin Felix.
Austin Felix, one of the few anglers that went straight to Rodman Reservoir this morning. That's where he's been catching most of his fish. He went there this morning. It paid off for him. Caught several fish early on a jerkbait. He's been throwing a jerkbait a lot, using the forward-facing sonar. I've been able to catch these fish, even though we've had little to no wind for 3 straight days. If the wind blows, I can only imagine how good fishermen like him are going to actually do with those jerkbaits.
Austin Felix, obviously a former Elite Series Rookie of the Year. Hasn't been here long, but his presence has been felt, and quickly he's reminded everybody, I may be from Minnesota, but I'm not just a threat in the north. He catches them all across the country.
He really does, and you got a perfect nickname for him, the Sleepy Assassin, because he just quietly is right there in the top 5 several times a year, it seems.
Speaking of quiet, didn't even want to talk to me on the dock this morning. David Mullins is very focused in this tournament.
I think there was a little confusion last night. Somehow his trolling motor batteries got unplugged or didn't get charged, or I think maybe he was just trying to save all his energy. He might have to end up paddling today. Tough luck for David Mullins. Looked like he didn't get a full charge last night there where they're staying, but he'll catch them again today. He's quiet some mornings when he's not feeling up to it.
Well, this angler, Masashugi Masashita, he did not think he was even going to make the cut yesterday. Was shocked to make the cut. Well, not only made the cut, went out this morning in 2nd place. And although had a little bad luck, it wasn't all bad luck for him today.
It hasn't been. He lost that one fish, but he's got 2 very, very nice fish in his live well. One of them being this fish he's got on right now. Fishing primarily, I think, in Crescent Lake. And we haven't seen a lot of fish caught here the last few Elite Series tournaments in Crescent Lake. Years ago, I think this is the 7th or 8th stop here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. The first few Elites we had, Crescent Lake was always a player. It seems like it's coming back now. There's more anglers fishing in there this year than have been in several years. Obviously, he's doing the best. You see only 2 fish in the boat, but both of them 4 to 5 pound fish. If he can catch his limit today and close that gap some for tomorrow, it could really be a shootout.
Well, he may have a creepy mustache, but you better not let this guy slide in the top 10. He's never been out of the top 10 here. And man, if he gets a shot to go on Championship Sunday, look out.
What we've seen with Patrick Walters when he makes the top 10, when he's got 4 Bassmaster Elite, not Elite, but Bassmaster victories total, to be as young as he is, but he seems to always have that one really big day. He hasn't had that so far. First 2 days, 17 pounds and change both days. Today or tomorrow could be his big day. And like I said, when somebody cracks the top 10 every time you go somewhere, it's just a matter of time before they're going to win an event.
It's unbelievable track record here, as we've said, never been out of the top 10 in the last 2 years. He's got 2 century belts, 2 tournaments over 100 pounds for Patrick Walters, and he's a scary cat. But this guy, don't take your eye off him, had a giant lead, but only 1 fish so far today.
Just uncommon for John Cruz to be off to a slow start. He caught the big string the first day, and then just a solid string yesterday of 17 pounds. Extended that lead by quite a bit. A 10-pound lead is something you don't want to give up, but he's doing everything. I think he made a good choice this morning, in my opinion. Just did not work out. He went to Rodman. He's got 6 or 7 more hours to fish. He'll catch his limit.
Got a 4-box right now. And one of the things that really impressed me about Cruz this morning, I talked to him and he was very relaxed and very fluid. Like he said, I'm not locked into fishing a certain way. I've made that mistake in the past. He's also made the mistake of laying off fish. He said, I've tried to manage fish, and to his belief, on big fish fisheries like Florida, like Texas, you can't manage fish. You need to get all you can get while you can get it.
Yeah, it just, I've seen both scenarios seem to work, but I don't know if there is one correct answer. I will say maybe there were a few fishermen the first day here that were talking about laying off, and I thought, man, you can't lay off with 18 or 19 pounds on a fishery like this. So Bill Owen there just missed the fish. He missed quite a few yesterday flipping the soft plastics. It's just a sign that these fish are spawning.
Is that just they're not eating the bait? They're just swiping at it?
Absolutely. Just trying to get it away from the nesting area.
4-box right now with Bill Owen, David Mullins, John Cruz, and Masayuki Masashita. Massa fishing his very first Elite Series event. He's already been to the Bassmaster Classic via a win in the Opens. But wow, what a start. And it's so important. You hear it year after year how important it is to have that strong start at the beginning of the season, especially for rookies.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives you that mental confidence that you're, able to compete at the highest level.
Bill Owen has proved he's able to compete at the highest level for a long time, but proved it in a big way last year, winning his first Bassmaster Elite Series event, obviously on Pickwick Lake.
Bill Owen, one of the few anglers fishing just within a few miles of the takeoff area. So many of our anglers are traveling 20 to 40 miles to go to different areas of the river or different lakes, different Rodman Reservoir. But it's really paid off for Bill Owen just to maximize his time fishing close to the takeoff area.
I feel, though, it's just like yesterday. Like just standing out here beside the water, you just feel like it's getting warmer. It's that lake, that water's baking. And we said it yesterday afternoon that we'd see some fireworks, and clearly we did. I mean, giant fish by Caleb Summerall, which incredible 9+ pounder.
Yeah, and John Cruz didn't catch a 9-pounder yesterday afternoon, but he caught 3 fish that really helped him a lot yesterday to extend that lead. When he left Rodman Reservoir yesterday, he still had a lead, but he extended it all the way up to 10 pounds by, in the last hour and a half of the day yesterday.
Why has Rodman been such a player these last few years? What makes it so special?
I just think Rodman has, because you hear the anglers talk about, and I was out on the river yesterday, the lack of vegetation. And you see these lily pads, and if you're not familiar with this area, you'd say, well, there is vegetation. Look at Bill Owen. But for so many years, as long as I've been coming down here, you would have a mixture of some hydrilla, a lot of eelgrass. I mean, a lot of eelgrass around every shoreline, in that 1 to 5 feet of water. You would have eelgrass, and now you just don't have it. But Rodman still has that wood cover. It still has a lot of cover, and it seems to have more mats than anywhere else. I think Chris Zaldane is actually fishing those mats, and they'll move around. But most of the river just doesn't have much cover. You see this, the lily pads and the boat docks around the shoreline, but Rodman Reservoir with that timber there is these fish still have a lot of cover there, and it's held its own where other parts of the river maybe aren't as good as maybe they were just a few years ago. But everything goes in cycles. Everything goes in cycles, and I've seen it through the years. A particular river or reservoir will be good for a few years, and then it won't be as good for a few years. Mother Nature cycles those things through.
4-box right now. Cruz, Lowen, Masashita and Polinek. Masashita is one to watch, man. Just 2 fish today, but every time he swings, it's a giant, it seems.
He's got a great history in Japan. I mean, one of the greatest fishermen of all time coming over here from Japan, right?
An incredible track record, and shocked yesterday to make the top, to even make the 50 cut.
Wow.
Never mind the 50 cut, Masayuki Masashita. You're on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and man, you are threatening for a title in your very first Elite Series event. Big bass, big stage, big dreams, and it doesn't get any bigger or better than that right there. There's our current leaderboard. Still atop, John Cruz, but they are chasing him down, Davey Height.
Yes, it absolutely gotten a lot closer. Patrick Walters right there in second place, only 4 pounds back.
To see how it goes down right here at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
The very first semifinal Saturday of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series. It's all about getting into that top 10 and moving into Sunday, but half our field gone home. We have 47 anglers left in the field, and the quest is to stay right there in that list you're looking at, the top 10 to make it into Championship Sunday. And year after year, we see different anglers make a giant charge. One dude that impresses me, I've talked about him all week, Matty Wong. What a coming out event he's having this week.
He certainly is. Won the nation to get here, and just so pleasant to talk to, so positive. He talked about, I don't want to go to my best location early because I don't want to be disappointed. I don't know how you can be that patient in your rookie season, but see a lot of big names here trying to make that top 10 with only 10 anglers fishing tomorrow.
He's got to feel like he's living, on cloud 9. He literally went from last year, he had a boat that was a year younger than him. It had one gas tank that worked. It had black and white fish finder on it. And now he's got a fully decked out, rigged Ranger, and he's here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And showing that he wants to stay here. Speaking of staying here, a former Elite Series champion, Stetson Blaylock from Arkansas, out on the water with him live. Stetson already talking about Angler of the Year this morning on the dock.
Wow.
And he said, man, it sounds premature. I get it.
Didn't hook him good either.
This is where it starts. He said, the end, hooked up.
Didn't hook this one good either. Oh, shoot. That's not good. That's not good at all. I think I lost him.
Line must be in the trolling motor.
I think he's still on there. I can't tell what it's hung in though. I know it's hung on my trolling motor. There we go. Just a little guy.
Pesky trolling motor's always getting in the way.
Wow.
Stay on there.
He was fortunate there.
Fish. Stay on there, fish. That was a fiasco, but we got us one. Like I said, every bite is valuable points towards the finale. Just a 1 pounder, but it's a start. I'm gonna redo my leader because I don't know where that was hung at down there in my. Oh!
Masayuki. Oh. Ouch.
Yeah.
You mentioned Stetson talking about Angler of the Year this morning. That line in the trolling motor deal, and he landed that fish, that's the years you do have a chance to win Angler of the Year. Typically, it would break your line, and that's the years you don't even qualify for the Bassmaster Classic.
And I thought it was good to hear him talk about that.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Because everybody adds the points at the end of the season, but these are they're not easier, but those seem like a lot easier points at the end of the season.
Yes. See this miss here. We've seen him land 2, but also lose 2. And when you're not getting a lot of bites, that can really hurt you.
Especially when every single bite he's got has been a big bite.
Yes.
How come it's always the big ones? Look at Stetson. That's a prime example. If that had been a giant fish, I mean, there's no way you're landing that.
That's right. That's exactly right. But, you know, it is true that a larger fish would have probably broken his line, and a smaller fish doesn't have the strength or the weight to, right? So there's a little bit of that fishing tale about the big ones getting away. There's a little bit of logic there, just a little. It's interesting watching him. We see a lot of anglers flipping, being closer to the shoreline and closer to the cover, but he's staying back and making, you know, underhanded casts to his targets.
And look how slow the bait's moving. Like actually, if you watch how much he's actually moving, like how long a cast lasts for him, it's a lot longer than anybody else, and that is typical. That Japanese influence.
Yes. And what we always talk about is so hard to do when you come to Florida is to slow down. And you notice he's shaking the bait a lot, but not actually moving his bait closer to the boat, pulling it away from the target. Staying away from those fish. So you just saw him there, had a little, maybe a professional overrun a little tiny bit. But here's something that Tyler Rivette, the first morning, he was boat number 1 on day 1. I was happy to be talking to him. He said, here we go.
Come on.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Come on, Bass. Yes.
God, wow.
Number 3.
That's how you make up a 10-pound deficit there.
Yeah.
Those 3 that he's caught are all
Maybe.
studs.
And watching him, it reminds me of Takumi Ito last year in Orange. He's doing something most of the field wouldn't do. Most of the field will not fish a bait that slow.
Yes. You know, the 10-pound lead that John Cruz had this morning seems like a lot, but with 2 days, you know, we were only halfway through the tournament to start the morning. And if you think about it, I need to make up 5 pounds a day, and he's certainly done that today and then some.
Oh.
Man. If that's not a lesson in moving your bait without moving your bait, I don't know what is. Yeah. Literally, he's always moving the bait, but the bait is never moving. It's not moving back towards him very quickly, but it's always moving.
So
every time
I was looking at his... I was looking at his rods this morning. He didn't have that soft plastic on there, but the rig he is fishing is very unusual. It caught my eye this morning, and I'm sure we'll see more of that. But he's using a slip sinker with a bobber stopper that's stopping the sinker several inches away from his bait, and it's a different shaped sinker than we normally see. Very different looking rig that he's using. I noticed it right up. He had about 10 or 11 rods on the front deck, and that one, I'm like, wow, that's a little different. And we've seen him catch every fish so far today on that.
That's not the only one that Cruz has to worry about. Masayuki Masashita hurting on them, but another guy who's been going to work, and every single time we are here, he is our marathon peak performance, and that is Patrick Walters. And the St. Johns River and Patrick Walters go together pretty good.
Absolutely. Marathon peak performance this morning is definitely Patrick Walters. getting a lot more bites than some of the other anglers. He started off getting a quick limit with 1.5 to 2 pound fish. Talking to him this morning, that was his plan. He said, I think I can go catch a small limit, and then if I'm able to do that in the first hour or two, then look out, because I'm going to change up what I'm doing. Well, he's been able to do that, and obviously he's changed up a little bit. The size has gotten better, so better watch out for Patrick Walters.
Patrick Walters, a 4-time Bassmaster winner and 2 century belts in the last 2 years. And as we said, never been out of the top 10 here. And surely doing a lot with a very small area. I mean, all this you're seeing is coming from one area that he's fished this morning. So Patrick Walters is going to be one you're going to want to watch all day long. And I have a feeling that he's going to be hanging around with us on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You look here, he started to catch him. Takeoff was at 7:30 this morning. He had about at least a 10 or 12-minute run to start off this morning, so he didn't fish 5 minutes this morning before he put his first keeper in the boat. And just like he anticipated, they might be 1.5-pounders, but I'm going to get that limit and change up, go try to catch a Florida giant.
A Florida giant, that is one thing I can guarantee you. We're going to see some Florida giants here today. But the one giant that are all trying to topple right now is our leader since day number 1. Elite Series champion John Cruz with 46 pounds, 7 ounces. Who are you worried about on that leaderboard?
Oh, you got to look out for 2 and 3 right now. They are really catching them.
I think you got to look out for all of them because we're in Florida.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
February 20th, it's the most iconic day in all of motorsports, the Daytona 500. The Great American Race kicks off the 2022 NASCAR season only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. So great to have you with us here on this Saturday morning live bass fishing from the first event of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River. Look at that lead now, very, very small for John Cruz, who started this day with 10 pounds plus. It may be even closer than that. These are all unofficial figures right now. We know it's very tight now between Cruz and Matsushita. And we thank so much Dave and Davey, Height and Mercer for taking us through the last few segments here and taking us through the action live on site. They'll be back here in just a little over an hour, and we look forward to that.
Yeah, exactly. And really, we kind of opened the show early this morning, and we were not manufacturing, maybe we were a little bit manufacturing drama. But the one thing that does go on in the state of Florida, you see brutal high swings upward, and you do see them kind of on the downward scale. And so far right now, with John Cruz being stalked by Matsushita, the one thing that Masa said after the weigh-in yesterday, a little bit hard to communicate with Masa, but he said, they're coming to me. And so far today, he has been spot on.
He basically had 12 pounds on day 1 of this event, almost doubled it yesterday with 23. His first 3 bites today have him around 10 or so pounds, and that has closed the gap. But we also see guys like Micah Frazier, Matty Wong, guys who struggled yesterday in that Springs region, having early starts today. Guys who couldn't get a limit have a limit already in the first 2 hours of the day. So we'll see some ebbs and flows in those areas.
Hey, at least we don't have a complete runaway train like we did at the end of the day on day number 2.
So much.
We don't like that, but yes.
Well, let's delve a little bit deeper into this rookie story we have here, a rookie who is doing so great here and has done the unthinkable. He's taken down the better part of a 10-pound lead. We would call that, perhaps, Mark Zona, the Mercury move of the day.
It is fair to say Masayuki Matsushita having a little bit of a struggle on day number 1. I believe he caught right around 12 pounds, backed it up on day number 2, pretty much out of nowhere. We said we were having a little, look, there is zero cell service around this body of water. So we're not getting all the Bass Track numbers. The Mercury move of the day, and really, you can kind of lump in yesterday, laying down 23 pounds and 5 ounces. The rookie, Masa Matsushita, you are the Mercury move of the day. And you said, Ron Moore, keep your eye on this guy. Fishing a little bit offshore. That little funnel right there, he said, is a little pre-spawn spot and not getting a lot of bites. Definitely the right ones, and we have him possibly a little bit low as far as our predicted weight.
Well, I mean, think about it. He caught 2 that were maybe close to 4 pounds and 1 3-pounder. That would have him about a half to a pound short. But because John Cruz does have that one small keeper this morning, his lead is still intact, but it's very small, down to just half a pound now.
Well, he's been able to get the job done in the afternoon, so we will see what we will see from John Cruz. We get closer and closer to our midday point.
And we'll dial in a little bit of bait selection for Masayuki Matsushita today. He's using normal Texas rig type worms that you would use, but he's using it on what we call a free rig, and we will get into the concept of that a little bit more. David Brown, our writer on site, and local Floridian,
Which is
kind of keying me on it. It gives it a little bit more action than maybe a normal standard
Not
Texas
like a
rig would.
Tokyo rig where it's connected. It's actually a free sliding weight.
Yes, the same principle like of a drop shot weight, but it goes up and down your line like a Texas rig, unpegged, kind of gives that some
I know this
really
is
big
gonna sound
action.
nuts. There are a lot of guys using that exact rig smallmouth fishing. A lot.
Smallmouth fishing.
2 of them from Canada.
Nice.
Corey and Chris Johnston.
Do they work it that slow?
No.
Okay.
No, sorry.
It's really phenomenal to watch this. It's such a different look than all of our
Well,
other
and it
anglers
makes
we
sense.
get shots of.
It makes sense why he's outfished so many legendary anglers who used Crescent. Clark Winlet, currently at Jay Yellis. Other guy, Cliff Prince, was in there fishing offshore, albeit, but guys who gave Crescent a shot this week, Massa has lapped them because of his patience, most likely.
He is thorough.
Got to move by his countryman, Taco Ito, up to 5th place. Filled his limit with a 5-pounder. He's got 14 pounds on the day.
David Mullins on the top end of Crescent, Tommy.
Yeah, David Mullins.
Actually,
not going to go far.
Outdone
out on
Creek.
the- Mullins, a dazzling performance this week.
Did he text you any bait details?
David, no, but it's been a happy David this week.
Yeah.
You can get unhappy David.
Four.
This is kind of a recipe that Mullins needed to almost win AOI a few years ago.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
off to a good start,
Yes,
which is a good set the tone for the year.
Schedule sets up really, really
Yes,
solid for Mullins.
especially that
Yes.
Fork and Pickwick,
Sure.
that region.
Yeah. 30th last year in AOY. No, 36th, I think, in AOY points, and way up there the year before.
Second.
Yeah, 2nd place. Matsushita on top
Coming
of our
back.
leaderboard right now, unofficially. And he keep up this pace here. Only 3, but 3 good ones. We'll be right back. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley. Our 47 anglers started out this morning. This is day 3 of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. John's River. Started out about 3.5 hours ago. At that time, John Cruz was just an almost unassailable lead, by the looks of it anyway.
Commanding
more than 10
performance.
pounds. More than 10 pounds, and you sort of sit there paralyzed, wondering maybe if this thing is done already, but it didn't seem that way at this point.
Is exactly whenever you're in the state of Florida, man, and that not wishing John Cruz.
No, not at all.
And the reason why, you also thought John Cruz by this time of day would be at that 5-fish limit for the amount of bass that he caught on day number 1, especially, granted, he didn't catch a lot of big ones early yesterday morning, but he got a lot of bites from across Rodman right now. Gonna get out to Austin Felix, who really has done this with one bullet in the gun, throwing a jerkbait the entire tournament. Austin Felix live.
There he is. Golly, he came off the bottom like he's not hooked very good. Well, we got 5.
Fish number 4 for Austin Felix. Austin currently in 10th place. That one might, yeah, that'll pop him up a little bit higher.
It is so weird. It is so weird. It's so tidal. So this time of year when the flurry starts, it starts all over the system.
All right. And I'll get rid of one of them peanuts.
Small keeper. Back to Felix.
Seth Fighter from Minnesota, winning Angler of the Year last year. First Minnesota angler to do that. I'm going to tell you, that guy right there, absolutely capable of it.
Oh, yeah. Former Rookie of the Year, 2020 Rookie of the Year. Made it look pretty easy.
Please don't be a gar. Please don't be a gar.
He had a chance in that last event to win Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year, Tommy.
That's right. It sure did. Fantastic.
Please
debut.
don't be a gar. Come on, be a bass. Please be a bass.
Kind of pointed out it is a minefield down there. All sorts of places to get messed up. Stay right on top of them.
He's acting just like that bass did yesterday. No! No! Ugh. Had something in the side. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know. Somebody tell me if that was a bass or not.
Looks like a really big bass scale.
Yeah.
Golly.
Still at 3 keepers then is Austin Felix. Back over to Bob Downey. Haven't checked in with him in a while. One fish, about a 4-pounder. Good one. Early on today.
There's been some big fish taken out of there. Matt Area with the 5.5-pounder. Micah Frazier, the 4.5.
Yeah, that warm and weather, definitely the springs have kind of heated up, and a lot of those shallower fish starting to bite, and really a lot of the big ones yesterday came from this time on out of the springs. Not a big surprise there as that water warms up.
All right, let's go to the back.
Brandon Polinick, Micah Frazier, old Bob Downey.
Yeah.
Bird's eye view.
Great shots of some of the remaining wilderness in the state of Florida. Places like that, fewer of them every year in these here United States. Sure got to cherish them and appreciate them while we can.
And we got to talk about this yesterday. Those springs, here's, I guess, the one thing that's amazing to me, Ron and Tommy. You've been down in those. We've covered events.
Oh yeah, we've sat
on
there.
the water. There is usually like 30 boats in there, locals. John Cruz hooked up live.
Come here, come here, come here, come here. Don't do this. Come here. Come here. Gotcha. Oh, quiver will deliver, baby.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, that whole deep bite, I just felt like those fish were leaving. I wasn't seeing them. They weren't there. I felt like they're moving. With Drew Cook told me he caught that good bag off beds. They're moving. I knew that there's a lot of beds in this area. So here we are. We'll put old head in that live well. God, that felt good. First pitch, bro. First pitch.
You might want to keep an eye on that.
That was an important one, Tommy.
Yeah, you kind of a little bit of a it's like the night watch. Guarded the gates right there of his performance. That easy right now for day number 3, semifinal Saturday. First pitch in that little isolated patch of lily pads. Got a little love from Drew Cook saying they are moving up. John Cruz leaving his deep water pattern in Rodman. And his first pitch up shallow in Rodman produced the biggest bass we have seen on camera today. Very well needed. John Cruz. Wow. It's a tight ship.
Oof. That is a sea change right there for sure.
It's a sea beast.
What is that one? 6.5?
Absolutely, absolutely.
It seems like this is turning into, well, it's been John Cruz's event, but it's mimicking other St. John's events where you're gonna pick a fish from here, you're gonna pick a fish from there.
Hook had it.
All different techniques.
Had him
mixed in
pegged.
as well.
Had that big girl pegged.
Needless to say, back in the lead by a good margin, John Cruz with 2 fish now in the live well.
We get some different angles. I'll pitch around this thing a couple times, and I might.
Man.
Because there's like 6 or 8 big clumps over there on that side.
He has just made really smart moves this week. And every move he's made that has paid off.
Moves that only guys who are comfortable at the St. John's are willing to do. It's not a big deal. Don't make a molehill into a mountain. Just slide over here and do that. Switch your game plan up. And we told the viewers yesterday, Tommy has record, but
like
a second, another top 5 as well here.
They're probably crappie fishing. I'm gonna definitely go over there and hit that one. There's a couple scattered out in the middle. I don't know who else has hit these. I mean, there's another camera boat in the back. It looks like they're idling out now. And they're running out now.
First pitch with a missile-based quiver worm. And we thought this tournament would be a tournament where you had to adjust with the warming temperatures. Man, that was an important bass.
It's Walters.
Wily veteran. He has been there, done that. He has the patience it takes, and also the good sense to know when to change things up.
Yeah, and we talked about it. A few swings of the bat, a couple small ones here and there. Then all of a sudden, the boogeyman absolutely shows up.
That one's about 6.5 pounds, back in the lead by a good wide margin. And man, it's all about right now. The whole story has been John Cruz looking for that one fish.
28 pounds even! 28!
It's just coming together, to be honest with you. You got to fish as hard as you can every second, and you got to make good decisions because I don't know how tomorrow's gonna play out. Just gonna have to keep my mind right and stay focused on trying to catch the big fish.
Boom, shakalaka, giant bass! Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Today, it's a couple of big-time Big East and Big Ten battles on Fox. First, Seton Hall battles number 15 Villanova at 12:30 Eastern. Then it's Indiana and number 17 Michigan State at 3:30 Eastern on Fox, the Fox Sports app.
You were eyeballing Indiana in that matchup. Before Z walked in, you were saying Michigan State didn't have a shot, and then he came in and was touting them, and you changed your tune.
I
right,
wasn't
Tommy?
touting anything. I'm just more of a go green. That's all I know what to say.
That's the boats of Downey, Polinick. Downey, Brandon Polinick.
Tooling around in the springs.
Yeah, making a move in the springs.
What I was going to say about the springs usually is on a Saturday, taking a look at your leaderboard right there, and that is changed. It's changed a lot here in the last few minutes.
Yeah,
and
it's
we'll
going to
talk
be
about that.
a different thing.
Those springs usually this time of year, especially on the weekend, weather is nice today. There are usually dozens and dozens of boats. It is just like barren.
I don't know how that can be.
I don't know.
It's like a Chamber of Commerce day. How are you gonna?
Nobody's coming back.
Well,
get on the water right now.
Back.
I think we're gonna head in the canal. Stetson play line now heading into Rodman. A little bit slow for Stetson today.
Yeah.
I need to stick with it like I have the last few days, and hopefully it'll turn into something good this afternoon again.
Notice those shade
People
lines.
may not know, but yesterday I didn't have to check in till 4:30, so keeper. We got a lot shorter day today, so I got to make hay a lot faster. It's definitely a keeper.
Keeper number three for Stetson?
Yeah, 3 1-pounders.
He is 100% correct. First flight checks in at 3:30. There's only 2 flights today, so the second one's at 4 o'clock. Some of these guys caught a couple key fish yesterday at 4:30 and 5 o'clock check-ins. I know a couple guys who got close to the top 10 caught 4s.
I was just talking about a minute ago where I feel like I could go run some new water and look for what might be coming, but I have a feeling I could do that and not get a bite just by the way the weights were. A lot of guys only got 1, 2, 3 bites in a day. And you know, we, as anglers, I pay a lot of attention when I see somebody fishing down a bank or what kind of stuff they're fishing and what they caught at the end of the day. It just makes me feel like I'm on kind of a deal that I might not catch them, but I feel like it could turn into something good at any time. Instead of taking that chance and running and trying stuff, totally new stuff without a limit in the boat. There's a lot at risk there. But this is slow, and I mean, I'm bringing that one on in the boat. He bit that as I was reeling it in. Number 3. Now, all that being said, we get 5, we can make some adjustments, but not until then.
limit so important to these guys. You don't want to get in the habit of not having limits. You're out here when you're in a year-long race. You do not want to make that a habit.
And a good look at the springs off of Lake George right there. Humminbird bird's eye view with Brandon Polinick. Again, take a look at those little white dots right there, those spawning beds. A lot of bass beds, a lot of tilapia beds in there, but it almost looks like a moon crater in a lot of those areas. A lot warmer water in the springs, low to mid 60s, where a lot of the rest of the system was 55 all week.
Well, they can see them way better than I can. Whoever's flying it, just make sure to keep that thing high. Get it up, get it up, get it up. 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 I don't care if he flies it, I just don't want it hovering right over the top of bedfish.
One fish for Brandon, still good one though. 3.5 pounds.
You can see those beds there, Z, on the left, how bright and vivid some of those are in the springs. Clear water, but when they crater out darker bottom and make that white spot, it's so vivid to see where they're moving at.
And again, Ronnie, we talked about it this morning. Polinick said, you know, 3 of his fish yesterday came off beds, but
they're not easy to get to bite.
He got to see a lot of big ones cruising that were up there snooping around.
And you can see how ultra shallow it is, that his motor is leaving a dust cloud behind the boat when he's trolling away from it.
Go back and see if I can get on that. Get on that other one.
John Cox just caught a 6-pounder, candidate for our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the Day.
Starting to see a lot of your shallow water anglers catch them. The change in conditions. That is a great Humminbird bird's eye view of the different beds in the springs. Not only got a lot of hard bottom throughout that area, warm water, but it is just a different color water in there compared to when you get out on Lake George.
Sighting reported out on the water. Oh, that is. They are telling us that is
David Davey.
Yeah.
Do not hook that front end of that. You will not have a good time.
No, you got a big old spinning fan behind you. Don't screw up.
Out with Austin Felix on Rodman Reservoir.
Gosh, that was potentially a really big
Golly.
From Austin Felix a few minutes ago.
Oh, it's a big one. Oh, it's a big one. Stay away from this. Oh, it's a big one. Golly. No. He ain't giant, but he's better than the 1-pounder I got. Come here. Oh, he ain't nearly as big. They look so much bigger in the water, at least. I felt skinny with a big head. I think that other one was a bass. Like, you don't pull scales out of gar. They're just too dang tough. I don't know. They ain't very big, 2.5 pounds. But better than that.
Keeper's a keeper, but Austin Felix still thinking about that one that got off on.
I think he's right
better.
too. I think it was
you
a
said
bass.
right before that. You said, man, that was a potential giant. Talk about a giant,
Come here,
though.
come
The
here, come
giant
here, don't do
that's
this.
changed the game again today. You're looking at it right here. First cast.
Gotcha.
Into the vegetation, John Cruz. Wow. More to come. We'll be right
Quiver
back.
will deliver,
St. John's.
baby.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Oh, some twists and turns in the plot of this here story on day number 3. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, first stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, is here at the St. John's River, and John Cruz, we just saw him make a move shallow, and man, oh man, what a move that was. Took him from basically locked up in Masayuki Matsushita to back to half of his lead, at least regained from this morning, maybe even a little bit more than that. So that was big. You know, we got to keep our eyes on John Cruz right now.
Oh, I think it's fair to say, you know, literally, this is no joke. 30 minutes ago, we actually made the comment, wow, we have got ourselves a tournament again. Actually, no, we don't. John Cruz catching that big one. And here's the best way to put it. It has not been as consistent for John Cruz as it was on days 1 and days 2, but that giant shot 20 minutes ago, keeping that separation, and really all John Cruz needs to do right now is just fill that limit out on semifinal Saturday.
All right, well, that's all. If you're watching, that's kind of hard to keep it out of your mind. I'm sure that's the case with our associate, Davey Height. Davey Height on site down there in Palatka, Florida. Davey, just started out, break down. Was that something random, or is that something that is portends big things to come for John Cruz?
Yeah, I think it's big things to come for John Cruz. I agree with Zona. If he can just fill out his limit, he'll be fine. Might not have that 10-pound lead that he had going into today, but he will hold on to the lead, in my opinion, if he can just catch 2 more keepers. But that's easier said than done. We saw so many anglers that seemed like they had it all figured out, including John Cruz, and it wasn't so easy yesterday. John Cruz with 17 pounds, but that's enough. If that's your bad day, or if that's your average day, then you'll be okay like that. But it's good to see him make a move, because you could really see it was going away. The anglers are catching those fish out in the 4, 5, 6 feet of water. They seem to have all gone to the bank, and they're just not as easy to catch when they get to the bank until they get locked on the bed. That was probably a bedding fish that John Cruz caught earlier.
Davey, by far and away the toughest event we have had on the St. John's River. If you can, kind of dial us in. Look, the anglers that we have had on camera all week long have made it look easy when it was brutally tough on some of the best St. John's River anglers that we have covered in years past.
Yeah, there's several reasons that I think it's difficult. Number one, it was a very mild beginning of the winter, late fall here. Around Christmas, the water temperature was low to mid 70s here on the St. John's River. And then after the new year, it got really cold, so those fish got into a winter pattern, and now they're just coming out of it. And we're kind of in between where those fish are, they're at that winter pattern and then the spawn, the pre-spawn. You're going to always have a few fish spawning around those springs throughout the winter, but it's just kind of at an in-between time, and you see guys that'll own them one day and not the next, but they don't adjust as well as maybe like John Cruz has. He's done a good job adjusting, catching those fish on day one out deep. Those fish were staging, and now today you see him go up fishing that shallow vegetation. So what he's doing, I think, is right. You just got to stay flexible and move with the fish.
Taking a look right here at John Cruz live.
Six-pounder just 20 minutes ago. A little sketchy service.
That'll help. There was another one blowing minnows over there. That's a 2-pounder. Another one blowing minnows over there, just a sight right as that one hit. I was reeling in to throw it that, and that's right as I started reeling in. Daggone it. Old Mr. 2-pounder didn't get it.
Davey, keeper number 3 right now for John Cruz, and one of the things we're seeing with him, we talked about it earlier, John Cruz has fished the Bassmaster Elite Series, tons of tournaments under his belt, but only one victory. And here's the weird thing that we're seeing in this tournament with John Cruz, and we're seeing a John Cruz in this tournament where every time he makes an adjustment or he grabs that trolling motor, his move has been flawless all week long so far.
Yeah, it absolutely has, and that just shows all his experience with only the one victory. But he's had a lot of great tournaments. He had some tournaments where maybe he made one decision that he regrets now, but he's doing all the right things. He's adjusted with the fish. We talked earlier in the week, a lot of those fish were being caught on hard baits, where they're jerk baits, including John Cruz caught a lot of his fish day one on jerk bait, the lipless crankbaits, that sort of thing. But by the end of the event, we knew that soft plastics would come into play, and John Cruz has done that very well. He's adjusted with his baits and the depth that he's fishing.
Davey, we'll lean on you for some basics of the spawning situation right now. You say that many of these fish are leaving that deeper, that 4 to 5 foot water, disappearing from there. Does that mean instantly they're over there on the bed, or is there an interval that you got to wait them out? Are they going to do some piddling around before they get there?
Yeah, Tommy, that's a great question. Most places throughout the country, you'll see the males start showing up for a day or two. They'll be on those newer beds, and then you'll see the females. But it's absolutely incredible. Overnight here in Florida, you'll go from seeing empty beds, you show up there the next day, mid-morning, and there'll be the male and the female. It's incredible how fast they make that transition. A lot of it is because of the water color. It's a dark tannic water. I think it heats up in a hurry, and then also just a lot of big shallow flats where when that water starts warming up, it warms up really fast.
Well, you mentioned that yesterday. Talk about how quickly things can change up here. Davey, thank you so much. We'll have you here taking the baton and taking over the coverage here in just a few minutes. But right now, it's a good time to, if folks are just joining us on this Saturday morning, let's give them the Yamaha midday report. Is that a possibility?
Absolutely, Tommy Sanders, your Yamaha official engine midday report. It's going to be really every angler in this field coming into this third day of competition. We're chasing John Cruz. Bob Downey with a huge day one, 27 pounds of bass on the scale, catching this good one early. And the main thing in this tournament, if you're just tuning in here on FS1 all week long, remain consistent.
Yeah, and 27 pounds and change for Bob Downey on day one. Not even 13 pounds combined the last 2 days. He's got to figure something else out.
Couple in the boat for Bob. Over to David Mullins. Boy, hanging in there in this tournament. Hasn't broken through to the top yet, but pretty solid.
Yeah, David Mullins living with a vibrating jig on the north end of Crescent Lake, fishing in an area that got, the best way to put it, throttled the first 2 days of competition. David Mullins really had to, we talked about it earlier today, had to outfish a lot of the anglers around him, but the only problem it seems he's just kind of running out of bites as this tournament goes along.
There was a couple people who fished in his area, like you said yesterday, Z, and they had 0 bites. So he outfished them,
yes,
but that does not bode well. You normally don't want your competitors taking fish away from you, no, but it's not a good sign when the guys around you are running out of fish as well. So for Mullins, if he can make it to day 4, he can maybe experiment with something else.
Absolutely. No one taking their eyes off Patrick Walters. Such an impressive record here. And he just plugs along, and sometimes, man, he runs into the big ones, and he does not waste the opportunity.
No, and I can tell you, watching Patrick Walters today, not starting in Rodman, starting just around the corner from David Mullins, staring at his front-facing sonar, throwing a suspending jerkbait earlier today. Patrick Walters, a lot of fun. 5 bass in the live well, and really got to our 5 bass limit quicker than any other angler in the field. Problem is, size was and is not there so far.
Just placeholders for him at the point, but there are anglers who just jive with certain bodies of water. They just feel comfortable, even though he's from South Carolina and only has fished the St. Johns River really 3 straight years in the Elite Series, all of them top 10s for Patrick Walters.
How about the rookie? Masayuki Matsushita. Not a breakneck numbers pace today, but boy, he has put the quality in the boat.
Z, he had 12 pounds on day 1, backed it up with 23 and change yesterday, and he's going to be on that 20-pound pace again today with the quality that he's catching.
Absolutely right. If it heats up this afternoon, which for a lot of our leaders in this tournament so far, from really noon until weigh-in, has been a big bass time of day, typical for Florida fishing. Solid tournament so far from Masa Matsushita. The other really thing to watch with him is, man, he needs a few of those Patrick Walters little cookie cutters to put in the live well.
They're sort of ham and egg in it there. One's doing the thing the other needs to do.
Fishing the bottom end of Crescent with Masa. From there, going to take off and look at John Cruz earlier today. Your Yamaha midday report. John Cruz catching him just a little over keeper right here, about 1.25 pounds, and then it kind of just died out. The biggest call in this tournament right now for John Crews, listen, every single day he has left Rodman and caught big ones in the river, but transitioning from his deep water bite, going up shallow in Rodman, right here was the shot across the bow about a half hour ago, but making that call to leave where the bulk of what he's caught in this tournament was out deep in Rodman, bailing on it, going up shallow. The biggest transition that has paid off so far this event for John Crews.
Most definitely. A veteran move right there, and it paid off. Look at the size of his lead back up there. Again, not what it was to start the day, but that is possibly, and as Davey said, that could be a harbinger of things to come throughout the rest of this day, and there is plenty of fishing left on this day number 3, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. Matsushita, though, he's not done as well. David Mullins, Patrick Walters, if they can get into some size, put themselves right in the conversation.
How about Drew Cook in 9th place? Started the week in 84th. This is one of his home bodies of water. One place we expect to see him win, 4 pounds on day 1. Yesterday, 21 and change. Today, another good day into the top 10. That is a crazy move from day 1 to halfway through day 3.
Just as flat and still
yes,
as
it
every day of this
absolutely
tournament.
is.
My goodness.
4 wraps, no matter what the pound test is. Perfect. My fluke's a little tore up, so I'm gonna put a new one on real quick and be done with it, and hopefully get back after it.
You think about a guy like that, struggled on day 1, a favorite in this event, 84th. If he doesn't make the top 10, he'll be very frustrated because he really let himself down on day 1. But how many points did he gain that he will want at the end of the season? When it comes down to the Mississippi River, maybe Angler of the Year is at stake for Drew Cook. He didn't lay over and finish 69th or 70th. He moved up enough to gain a bunch of points. 70 points in a day. Moving, that is huge.
Absolutely. And he is far, with the weather today, Drew Cook is far from finished.
Yes. And he's one of those ones that's scary. That's
scary. Because he's capable of a 30-pound bass.
Yes, and he knows where he's one of the best sight fishermen, but he also notoriously knows where, if they're starting to move in, where they move into maybe first.
Absolutely.
He's got a 5-pounder and a couple 2-pounders in there. Here's a guy building a bag, Brandon Carter. He's got a 4-pounder and a 6-pounder to tie for our Phoenix Boats big fish of the day. He's jumped up from 23rd to 13 with 2 fish.
I think Card became a dad this offseason as well.
Wow.
Who knows when?
Wow.
Maybe during an elite event.
Is that the end of your video game and fantasy career? I don't know.
Is that the final night of the fortnight?
Yeah.
No, now
the final chapter of Fortnite?
Hey, now I just have a partner to play with. That's the thing. I get to now have a video game partner.
It may be a while.
Very cool to see forward-facing sonar on the left, push polling for bedding fish on the right, and those guys.
Hey, there's a few beds right there. Again, it's some of those are
Neck and neck.
tilapia beds, but that is a very, very cool image.
Some change is afoot here on the St. Johns River. We'll see how real that is and how insistent it becomes. We move on.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
February 20th, it's the most iconic day in all of motorsports, the Daytona 500. The Great American Race kicks off the 2022 NASCAR season only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Sign of spring, one of the many signs of spring. It's on the way. This was John Crews.
Well needed right here.
Oh, yeah.
Well needed.
A struggle up to this point today for the guy that started with a 10-pound lead. He wanted spring to come on strong, and there's a good sign of that right there.
Oh, quiver will deliver, baby. Oh my gosh.
Back on top with a good margin, John Cruz. Patient. Didn't hear him complain once. He just knew when it was time to leave.
David Mullins working his way into Rodman. Haven't seen him there this week. John Cruz live, pouring it on right now.
Little guy. I had to reel to beat the band to get that thing coming. I don't know that he's 12 inches. Oh yeah, look at that. He's 12 and ow, he just hit me. He just hit me.
Man has a big move going shallow. You cannot stress that enough. And that is so hard to do when the bulk of your 4.5 pound average for the first 2 days to dominate this event, to basically bail on that and make that move is one of the hardest things. Look, there's a lot of tournament anglers watching this right now. That is so hard to do.
He's a smart guy. He's proven it through the years, and I guess that's a mark of experience and a lot of smarts. Good move. Good morning for this man right here, our rookie Masayuki Matsushita.
It was kind of about the time between the last catch and his next catch for Massa. I thought he was about to catch one.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of been about that time that he's had maybe his 4th keeper bite of the day, things like that. It's been a little slow and steady for him.
Stetson Blaylock holding on in the top 10, hooked up.
Why are they pulling so hard today? Not even that big. Just a little bitty fish, but it's a keeper. See, that hook just falls right out. Get him in the box for me.
Blaylock and Felix both catching fish in the last 30 seconds.
Be 4 now, I believe, for Blaylock.
And I think Felix as well.
Okay.
After losing that one earlier.
Yeah.
These don't ring as helpful.
Boy, and for the guys that are fishing and going shallow, like old Bob Downey right there, this could not be a better recipe for a wave of good ones to come up shallow later today. Calm, high skies, supposed to get to almost the mid-70s, coming off of a warm night finally this week.
Bob started day 2 in 2nd place. Caught 1 giant yesterday, and that was it. He's got 2 now for 5 pounds.
Z says it's 70 right now. About 10 o'clock tonight, you're going to get a front come through, though. A few showers to cool things off. Only to the low 50s, though.
And I think tomorrow will be another one of those days where you're going to have to see somebody make from whether it's a location or it's a technique adjustment, you're going to have to see somebody shift up again yet tomorrow. It's been very hard in this tournament to push the same technique and same area every single day of this event.
Just gotta keep telling yourself they'll come if you keep throwing, but we got one.
a big bite.
And here's
Well,
the thing.
He might be the same size.
If you fish Florida, you know if you are getting bit, this sounds crazy if you don't bass fish, but if you're getting bit by bass that size in the state of Florida, little males up shallow with conditions like this, the next swing of the bat could be
12 and a half.
a bass the
Another
size of your leg this time of year.
12 incher.
So stick
12
around.
ouncer.
Stick around.
See what you can do.
And explain that, Z, that males and females, how we tell the species gender of those fish this time of the year is based on their size, because the women carry the eggs are predominantly bigger, but they'll pair up in varying sizes. It's not just big ones with big ones.
Right, and you know, when the biggest thing right now is you want to be around those males, because when they start the reproduction process, those females are not far off, and as the day moves along, they tend to group together. Stetson Blaylock with another keeper.
And when these anglers catch one of those males and take them to the weigh-in, it's not like a one-on-one relationship. Another male will come in there, and the female will still be able to
It's
spawn.
a party.
It's
a party.
It is.
Best way to
First come, first serve.
Well, you remember Caleb Summerall yesterday saying he released the male.
That's it.
To go back to the bed, and then he caught the female, the 9 pound 7 ouncer. The thing's supposed to big bass in day 2.
Look at that manatee. That is amazing. What is the deal?
Friendly.
That manatee is as big as that kayak.
You could just ride that thing.
Don't start anything with him.
Docile, tender, and precious, to say the least.
Cute.
They don't like to be called sea cows anymore, though.
Yeah, don't do that.
Is that offensive to him?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Does that offend somebody? look at all the tilapia, the bottom right-hand corner. Look at all those.
Yeah. I think that dark spot that's moving is the drone, but yes, there were some tilapia as well.
Big tilapia to the right. These tilapia are a lot brighter. See it turning right there? Mm-hmm. Very cool.
Another one to the left
look,
of the drone.
that drone shot has nothing to do with this tournament except for it's cool.
Yeah.
I just want to get down on that manatee. How close can you get?
Not supposed to disturb them. There's areas where they
congregate. We can't go underwater with the drone. No, look at that.
Waving.
It's messing with the drone shadow there. No pictures, please.
That is cool.
Cold snaps, we've seen them congregated in the warm water spring areas, like 50 or 60 in one spot.
Suki likes manatees.
Love manatee.
Yeah, he wants to get one for his pool in the backyard, and I said they don't like this climate.
Upstream, big manatee protected area where you can't run.
Let's see if we
A
can
heated hot tub,
to the
Ronnie.
spring area of Lake Georgia.
Yeah, that's the visual I want, is Such in a hot tub with a manatee. You're right, Such.
I got pictures.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Oh, Bob.
He's coming back to like, oh,
He's coming back.
got him.
Boy, Bob has not caught a lot of bass in this tournament, but they have been good ones. That is the smallest bass Bob Downey has caught all week.
There's a little dark spot there.
Such an important one,
I don't
though.
know, maybe 2-pounder. Or number 3, I should say. Forgot about our little squirt. Sweet.
3.
2-pounder.
You sure could have used those
Kind of
fillers
like the
yesterday.
St. Johns River woke up a little bit here in the last hour.
Absolutely. Bob Downey having tripled his catch rate from yesterday already. Rolling up on the halfway point of this third day of competition, 4 days only. And tomorrow, of course, being Championship Sunday, all these anglers.
And I'll tell you who's coming back. It's old Bob Downey.
There you go. Your job is to get in the top 10. Your job is to give that guy a wide berth right there.
Sackers right there.
We'll be back with more. Things are happening on the St. John's, and we will return.
Bassmaster Live.
Looking much forward to that. Meanwhile, here on the St. John's River, we are right in the middle of it. Changes happening on day number 3. The main change as a competitor, as one of the remaining 47 competitors, you have to change your status. If you're not in the top 10, you got to be in the top 10, or you are down the road in a cloud of smoke to the next destination. There's the top 10 as it stands right now. And we're a long way from ending this thing, of course.
We are, but it is a beatdown as of now.
Yeah.
Yes.
John Cruz picking up where he left off to start the day after having had a slow morning. Key decision. There are the hopefuls bubbling under the top 10.
Hey, and there's been some big shifts in your teams right there. There have been a lot of movers today. Brandon Card, you said it right there. Tommy Sanders, Jamie Hartman, Jay Yellis quietly sneaking up the leaderboard.
John Cox, Florida guy from right around this area, has improved his lot each and every day of competition. How much further can he get up the leaderboard before this day is over? Scott Canterbury, former Angler of the Year, who pretty much puts in a good, solid performance here. Well, he's made the cut. He'll have some work to do if he wants to make it to the top 10 feet tomorrow. Boroznik, Brandon Lester, they all made the cut, as did Clifford Perch, who's done very well here on the St. John's. And below that, not such a good story. Chris Johnston, former second-place finish guy
much today. Yes, exactly. Chris Johnston making the comment after the weigh-in last night, I'm not sure how to even catch a keeper. I've burned a lot of my areas. Chris Johnston focusing on the bottom end of Lake George, actually very close to where we saw this tournament won last year, as it kind of funnels down towards Astor. Oh, Bob down in the Springs.
Not that old, really.
No, he's not actually. This sounds really good as we. You know who's been on point, Tommy Sanders?
Well, I think we're looking him right in the face right now. That would be John Cruz, the veteran, having fished every year of the Bassmaster Elite Series, done very well through the years. On balance here, he's our BMC on point.
There he is.
Player of the day.
Little guy. That's a start. That's a start. Okay. Number 1 in the boat.
Number 1 for John Cruz, calling an audible, not starting where he did the first 2 days. He made his way into Rodman, connecting with this giant about an hour ago.
Don't do this. Come here. Gotcha. Oh, quiver will deliver.
Oh, it did deliver.
Right with that. And that's right as I started reeling in.
Yesterday with John Cruz. Caught a lot of fish out deep, and that bite has kind of fizzled and gone away.
Gotcha.
It was amazing how many bites he caught deep yesterday, 10 to 20
me,
feet
you
of water
wonderful.
in Rodman, and never got a bite there today.
So that's the old basic plan for fishing. If they leave you, go where they're headed. He has sort of made that move. Made it work today. Put himself back on top in a big way.
Got it that time.
Pretty impressive reel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keeping your eye on the ball, being sharp, that's what BMC On Point Award for the day is all about. John Cruz, much deserving as we head back up to, oh yes, Brandon Polnick. Fished his way into the top 10 yesterday. Great day yesterday.
See him on the front of his boat. Eye spying some beds. One over his right-hand shoulder. Kayaks in there. I don't think there's a Bassmaster kayak tournament today.
No, I think that's Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Okay.
I think there actually is a Bassmaster kayak tournament.
Toledo Bend.
It's Toledo Bend.
Toledo Bend.
You're right.
Yeah.
Ghost town. No, but crickets. I mean, damn, Dan. Some juice.
It's often a time-consuming deal, sight fishing. If they're not quite ready and you get there when they're starting to pull up, it may take an hour or two on fish. Yeah.
Yeah. A day can get away from you pretty fast.
Yeah.
In that game. Coming up on the end of our time to show you what's going on live here on the St. Johns River on FS1. We'll be right back here, though, tomorrow, FS1 on the Fox Sports app at 8 a.m. Eastern Time for 4 more hours of coverage on Championship Sunday.
A little pre-Super Bowl bass fishing.
Yes, absolutely.
We've never said that. We've never been on.
We've never been on the Super Bowl. That is going to be great. Great mix of sports, a big sports Sunday coming your way. And, oh, man. Be with us then. Of course, our coverage continues from here on the St. Johns River on Bassmaster.com. That's also where you'll find the weigh-in starting at 3:30 Eastern Time.
Leader coming into today, John Cruz. We got to talk about it. Came here with about a 10-pound lead. Well, he has defended that lead and kind of added onto it a little bit going into the last few hours here of semifinal Saturday.
Sort of getting the feeling that things are changing. Fish are moving. The big ones may be getting in a position to get caught, which is what this game is all about down here in Florida this time of year. To be on top of it again until 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. We wish you a great weekend and be with us for Championship Sunday. We'll see you there.
Gotcha. Oh, quiver will deliver.
I know guys are going to catch them today in big bags and all that, but I've seen a lot of running around and running here and locking through and then running right back and locking back through. And so that tells me it may not be wide open or they've already got them, one of the two. So I'm just not playing it safe, but I'd like to hang tough in there if I can just get a couple more good ones. Been all young finesse worm again on the wacky rig, just fishing it super slow, letting it glide with the water off these rocks. No idea. It's another one. Change rods just for grins and giggles. Okay. That one didn't feel as big, but it was still felt like a decent fish. I felt him pop it like he's supposed to. Boom, boom. No, same deal. I just changed it up just to do it, just to get a new feel. It is, yeah. Thrown at some stuff that looks bassy out there, but like I said, I haven't had a bite, not one. Now I kind of feel like I've had the bites to be where I need to be. And I'm still confident I'm going to get more with just the way they've started to bite. I just need to land one of those better ones.
the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Welcome back to on-site coverage here in beautiful Palatka, Florida. We are halfway through semifinal Saturday, the very first semifinal Saturday of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series. And the leader is the same guy that has been the leader since day number one. John Cruz weighed in our BMC Monster Bag of the Day on day number one, and no one's been able to take that title away from him. They were crouching in on him, but look out. Cruz came out swinging in the last few hours, and he's back in the lead. They got close, but he didn't let them get close enough. But this derby is far from over. We have learned day after day in the afternoon hours, magic happens here in Florida as the heat continues to rise and these fish continue to potentially move shallow. Lots can change, but one thing that won't change is my partner right here. Bassmaster Classic champion, two-time Angler of the Year, Davey Height. Does John Cruz have this tournament? Is it done?
Well, it looked like we were, going to see a lead change just a few hours ago, and then John Cruz caught that big fish. He changed up, started fishing shallow with soft plastics. First pitch, I think it was, into an isolated patch of pads, and he caught that big fish that just put him right back up there 10 or 11 pounds ahead of second place. So, there's still a lot of fishing time today, and things have certainly changed each and every day, except the weather. It's just gotten beautiful every day in the afternoon, and the wind does not blow one single bit. I've been here a lot of times. We've been here at St. John's River a lot of times, but never seen the wind not blow for 3 straight days like this.
I'm starting to think our anglers are liars. I mean, I saw all sorts of pictures in pre-fish of horrible weather. It has been postcard perfect here this week, and we hope it continues that way all the way through to Sunday. One thing that continues to change is our leaderboard, but look right here at a Torta midday report. And what better guy to start it with than a former Open champion, old Bob Downey.
Yeah, old Bob Downey got off to a great start on day one and certainly has had to change since then. But the one thing that's been consistent, even though you see him fishing that top water bait there, I think that's the first time we've seen that by him all week long. The size of his fish when he does get a bite, they've been great. Day one had that second biggest stringer of the tournament so far, and only caught 5 fish. Yesterday only had 1 fish, but it was a giant bass also. Today he needs to catch 4 or 5 that size, not just the 1 or 2 like he's done so far, because he's got some ground to make up.
He has not done it on quantity. He has done it on quality. Even yesterday, like you said, just 1 fish for 6 pounds, 11 ounces. But every day is doomsday when you're David Mullins.
David Mullins has been just staying right around the top of the leaderboard and been very quiet. This morning he was extra quiet because he didn't even want to talk to you with a microphone in your hand, and that is so unusual. Normally everybody wants to talk to Dave Mercer when you put the mic in front of him, but David Mullins, I think he had a little issue with his batteries charging, but hey, he's hanging right in there currently in 4th place unofficially. Switching up a lot. He's been on the main river and in some canals, but mixing it up with his baits. He's not been able to catch those big fish like we've seen Downey and John Cruz, but just consistently catching those 2.5 to 3.5 pound fish.
You want to talk about consistency, never out of the top 10 here in Palatka. Patrick Walters.
Yeah, it's incredible for Patrick Walters to be as young as he is and talk about Mr. Consistency on the St. John's River. But as hard as this place is, and I mean, we've seen talked to Cliff Prince, we've talked to Seth Fighter, we've talked to Gerald Swindle, we've talked to just person after person that are great anglers and have been here multiple times, and it just throws them a curveball. But Patrick Walters has been able to catch them every time he's been here, which is absolutely incredible. He's used the forward-facing sonar last year and this year some. He's done some other things, but the first year he was catching a lot of those fish off the bed and flipping, so he's been able to mix it up and catch fish every time he's come here, doing a lot of different things, using a lot of different baits, fishing different sections of the river. He fished Lake George that first year exclusively.
Imagine traveling halfway around the world to chase your dream, and in your very first Bassmaster Elite Series event, Masayuki Matsushita threatening for the title.
Absolutely incredible what he's done, and so unassuming yesterday. He's like, I hope I make the top 47 cut, and he's in the top 5, and this morning got off to a good start and really made a lot of people think, including myself. Boy, John Cruz has got his hands full, but John Cruz caught that bigger fish and got the lead back out there. But you can see here, caught 3 fish this morning, all the 4.5 to 5 pound range. If he can feel his limit out, very likely close that gap a little bit. And we talked about that some this morning. You don't have to make up the 10-pound lead that John Cruz has on the first day. You need to make part of it up today and part of it up the next day.
Speaking of John Cruz, our tournament leader since day number 1, there he is. The Cruise Missile wants this title. It's been over a decade since his last one.
Yeah, these elite trophies are so hard to win, hold over your head. And John Cruz has been a great fisherman. He's a good guy. He's an ambassador for the sport. He owns a soft plastic company. He's been in the middle of the sport for at least 15 years or more.
Come here.
It's really surprising that he has only won that one Elite Series tournament, but he's certainly got a good shot at it here today. And it looked like, man, he's slipping a little bit, and Patrick Walters and people that were making up ground on him. But when he caught this fish earlier today, it's like, y'all get back. You're not gaining ground on me today. So just a great job. And hats off to him. He's doing a lot of different things he's been able to change with these fish.
John Cruz, I mean, don't let that one win make you think he hasn't had an incredible career. 12 Bassmaster Classic qualifications. I mean, he really has an incredible career, incredibly consistent, but it's just those victories are so tough.
They really are. They really are.
And if he continues to get that, every afternoon he's got several bigger bites. It definitely is setting up Cruz, but it's Florida, and we've seen it over and over again. I mean, I was listening to Swindle and Matt Robertson on the live mix earlier, and Swindle said right where they're fishing, in Rodman, he predicted, he said, if this weather stays like this, he says, this tournament, somebody's going to weigh in 30 pounds tomorrow, because he thought the fish were that close to just moving up. And clearly we're seeing signs of that.
Well, listen to John earlier today saying that, hey, I knew I had to change up the fish that I had been catching in those areas. Even though it was more difficult to get them to bite on day 2, I was still seeing them. He said this morning I get to those areas and I don't even see those fish, which definitely tells you they've gone shallower.
I'm going to give you one anyway.
Give us an update, John.
Well, maybe not now. You know what? Let him collect his thoughts, and we'll hear from John Cruz in a little bit.
When you got a 10-pound lead on day 3 of a Bassmaster Elite, you can give the tip whenever you feel good and ready. You don't have to do it when we ask him to. Tough service around actually most of the river, including Rodman Reservoir.
Masayuki fishing in Crescent, and we had talked earlier that we haven't seen Crescent play for a long time.
A very long time. It's absolutely incredible. The first Elite that I remember, it was the first or the second Elite. Now, we've had through the years, all the way back into the 70s, there's been Bassmaster tournaments on the St. Johns River. But the first and second Elite, there were a lot of fish caught, and even one of those events won primarily in Crescent Lake. And, boy, it just did not produce fish for a number of years. I practiced over there, spent a full day practice. I was talking to some of the anglers here earlier today. Gerald Swindle said he practiced over there a full day and had one bite. It's just like it just wasn't good, but the more anglers that I've talked to have fished there this year than in the last 5 or 6 Elite events.
Let's join old Bob Downey. Bob Downey took a win in the Opens on Grand Lake just a few years ago. He is the world's oldest young man. And that might play to your favor here, because slow is everything like that.
Yes. Barely.
Looks like he's a little offshore, but maybe not. With that bait, I'm assuming that fish was on the bed.
Sweet. Gosh, these beds are hard to see. But they're thick. That one I just set in there too and let it kind of sit. That's a 2 something. It's a fatter one. Yeah, 2.5. All right. Cool.
That just shows you how much things have changed since the first day. He caught all of his fish on a liftless offshore.
Sweet.
2 of those fish were post-spawn, but they were all offshore type fish on a lipless. And then this morning we've seen him catch one on a prop topwater lure, and then one off the bed.
Those are the ones I actually.
Wow. Certainly things have changed in 72 hours.
That one I was working up to my waypoint.
I mean, and with good reason. I
and
mean,
I saw that bed.
I was saying it's with good reason that things are changing. I mean, it's for everybody at home watching this. You have no idea. Just like you honestly, it's one of those situations. Unless you're here, you won't believe. Like on day one, it went from
kind of stumbled into something here.
Below freezing. I mean, in the low 30s to 70 throughout the day.
Out. And then I saw that one, and I thought it was just like a cruiser, but that one was right there. That bed you can kind of see a lot better than the other one. But that's not, I don't think that's the one I marked. Man, that one was barely hooked.
Yeah, back to the change.
Yeah, that one you can.
First morning of the event, Thursday morning, you're seeing people on the boat dock, and the most common thing I heard was, be careful, there's ice all over the dock. It's very slippery.
Oh, Bob, looking at Bass, he's a lot like you were. Bob Downey got his eye on some bass right now. And the scary thing to keep in mind is if these fish move up, we've only got 10 anglers on the water. That's not a lot of splitting fish, is it, Davey?
No, it's not. It could be an incredible weight to come in tomorrow.
Incredible weights coming in tomorrow and today. But we're not going to go away, but just for a few minutes. We'll be right back from
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Welcome back to the shores of the St. John's River in Palatka. We start a lot of seasons off here, but one thing that never ceases to amaze me is how different this river can be time after time. But the thing that hasn't changed, Davey Height, is John Cruz is at the top of that leaderboard, and just when everybody seems to think they're going to catch him, he reminds them, hey, I'm still here.
It's really surprising that John has been able to hold on that lead. He let some people tighten it up, Patrick Walters this morning, and Matsushiki, but then it just 7-pounder changes everything. Absolutely changes everything. The 9-pounder, I think that arrow shot was of Caleb Summerall. The 9-pounder he caught yesterday, absolutely incredible footage there by his marshal.
That was incredible footage. Now live with Masayuki Masashita, and the thing he's been doing is fishing slower than literally anyone in our field that I've seen here today.
You're exactly right, and it's interesting. Just watch his hands and his reel. He doesn't move the bait as much with the reel, bringing line in as he moves just his rod tip to give that bait a lot of action. Caught those 3 really nice fish, the 4 to 5 pound class, within hour and a half, 2 hours, but we've seen him lose 2, but he needs to get a couple more bites if he's going to make a run at John Cruz.
And it actually looks like he's fishing a little faster now than he was even earlier. Is that?
Drop it.
a result of, he's in the area where he knows a fish is versus.
Just drop it.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, he's done a great job fishing slowly, but when you all of a sudden get behind the clock, so to speak.
Oh, that's
Paul Nick.
He ate it way too deep now. He got it way too deep.
When you know you're behind the clock a little bit, you've only got 3 and it's afternoon, you start speeding up, and you really shouldn't in Florida, but it's so hard not to do.
And hey, you look at that leaderboard, the thing to remember is he lost two what looked like big fish earlier
more
today.
There were, but I really don't want to pull right in on them. I might be able to go back over there though, or something.
Everybody's got their own style when they lose a fish. Some people throw their hat. Some people say a few words maybe you shouldn't. Some people break their rod over their knee, all those things. But I noticed he smiled and laughed both of those times he lost those big fish. That's a great attitude.
You think of everything. I mean, that's what we've seen from Takumi Ito, too. And you think of everything that those guys overcome and have to battle through to be here. I mean, that they are loving their, this is their dream. And I love seeing that.
I do, too. I have so much admiration for anyone to travel halfway across the world to pursue their dream. But sometimes all of us, take things for granted, that we need to notice things like that and stop and, be thankful.
I think the thing that a lot of these Japanese anglers that come here, one of the reasons, it's kind of like the West Coast thing. People say, why is there so many good anglers from the West Coast? Of the anglers that made the trek, that came and they were all in. They had to travel. They had to be all in. And generally, they were the ones that were dominating there, too.
Yes,
You know what
absolutely.
I mean? So it's the best of the best coming.
And I don't know if total domination is necessary, but you really, to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, you should be dominant at a local area. I mean, you should be a guy that shows up and they go, "Ooh, we're gonna have to beat him," or he's. Sometimes maybe people try to take the step maybe a little before they should, but I don't know when that is, because we've got some very young-looking anglers here this week that they're very good, or they wouldn't be here. They would not have qualified to be here, but they look like they're half the age of my 2 sons.
4 bucks right now: Downey, Blaylock, Felix, and Polinick. I don't want to paint a picture that Mass is all business. He loves margaritas, Davey.
Really?
Loves them. Loves margaritas. Travels with a blender.
No way.
No joke.
You sound like Zona talking about Taku loving NFL football. I don't know if I believe that. Are you serious?
What does Zona know about NFL football, really?
Margaritas, that's surprising.
I'm telling you, I would not lie. I take margaritas serious.
As we all should.
Wow, it is slick. I mean, 4 shots, and the only one that has a ripple is Blaylock.
And that's because they just opened the lock, and that's actually current, not wind. It's absolutely incredible. You go to Texas, and the wind always blows in Texas.
Yeah.
Whether I'm deer hunting or bass fishing, it's like it always blows. But Florida's not far behind. The wind almost always blows here. But for 3 days, it has not been hardly a ripple out here. And we're on a big section of the river right here at the venue.
This is literally, I mean, every tournament angler watching right now has, you have all dealt with it, but it's the opposite. Generally, pre-fish is like this, and then the weather goes the other direction. Pre-fish, go look at some of the Instagram posts. And so, like, these guys were bundled up wearing, like, people posted, I don't think I brought enough clothing to Florida. And now we're talking about margaritas.
And typically there are a lot of fish on the bed when we've been down here for the elites. And these are the dates that you pray for, slick, where you can see those bedding bass. But there's not been but a few nice fish that were caught off the bed weighed in this week. It probably will be, they'll be everywhere next week. But these are the conditions you pray for during the spawn, but this is kind of in between the pre-spawn and the spawn, and they would be catching a lot more fish if the wind was blowing a little, in my opinion.
Clearly, Palnick looks to be working a bed.
Brandon has done a really good job the last few years. You know, when he won Angler of the Year, and in the last few, it just, you know, he won an event or two, like the first year or two out here on the elites. I mean, he's always been a good angler, but he can just go fishing now. And I didn't have a good practice, you know. I'm not, and just, you know, end up in 14th place, and he'll probably be in the top 10 by the end of the day. He does a great job of just going fishing and adjusting to the moment. The wind at Santee every day was something different going on. He's done a great job at that for the last number of years, especially.
And it's not like with him. It's different. It's not. He's just not free, just flying around. Like, he talks about it. He reads a lot and talks about the limbic part of your brain. And in his head, it's not thinking. It's just reacting. Like, when you're at your best, in his mind,
spit it out,
is when you react. If you stop to think about it too much, but if you're just simply doing what you think you need to do to get the next bite. And he, like he said, when you get in that zone, that is when you're most lethal. Limbic brain. I didn't even know if I'm saying it right, to be honest, but he did. He talked to me all about it. There's layers to Palnick. He's like an onion.
Like an onion.
Well,
speaking of layers,
John has planned.
over to
Obviously,
Chris Johnston.
I don't have a keeper in the boat. I don't even think I've had a bite, to be honest.
The first Canadian ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, and everybody would paint a picture that, wow, he is out of his element. But that looks no different than fishing a section of the Otonabee River, which he grew up on Rice Lake.
At a very different time of year, though.
Clearly, you would have to. That river right now is full of snowmobiles, and to access the fish requires a drill.
I have a love-hate relationship with flipping pads like that. It's like when everything's going good, you just flip and everything's good. But when you're not having a good day, there's a certain little crease in every pad that your line will get in and you get hung. And it's like it happens every time when things start going downhill, you get hung every time. Your line manages to get right in that little unsweet spot, I'd like to call it.
There's a name for that spot, but I'm not going to say it.
Thank you.
You know, and you look at what him and his brother have done here on this river. Everybody talks about the other river at the polar opposite end of the country. But, man, their track record here, I mean, he almost won the first event he fished here, finished second to Rick Clunn in that event.
Yeah, I'll have to admit, I was on the water all 4 days of that event, and I'd heard the hype from you and other people about Corey and Chris Johnston. But when I saw them flipping and pitching those reeds and those pads and running around, you know, like a elite angler would, you know, just all business and really focused in, I was like, wow, everything I've heard about these guys are absolutely true.
How about Corey Johnson? First day on the Elite Series, he runs into, or second day, sorry. He's fishing along and he runs into Rick Clunn, of all people. And they had a bit of a showdown, and it was fine. I think Rick kind of gave him fishing new water, and he said, no, I was here yesterday, and they got along fine.
All right.
But most guys would just, oh, go ahead, Rick. Corey would never. I'm going to say I would never. I was not shocked at all.
Right.
And that's the whole thing. You see Chris currently sitting in 34th place. We saw it with Caleb. So can't stress it enough. I mean, there is no number that you're safe here, clearly. I mean, I guess there is at some point, but anybody can literally be in last place in this tournament, 47th place out of the guys still fishing. And you could, this afternoon, magic could happen.
Yes.
We're in Jurassic Park, and there is dinosaurs.
And every afternoon, there's been some changes, and I certainly expect it will be this afternoon. And John Cruz is, he's fished long enough that even with a 10-pound lead, if he does have that this afternoon, we've still got a lot of fishing, who knows, but he certainly knows going into tomorrow, if he would have a 10-pound lead, that he's still got to catch them. He's still got to catch 12, a minimum of 12 pounds, I would say.
When he talked to me about laying off at other times in his career, you could tell it was painful. There's events, and I didn't press him and say, well, what events did you lay off that you feel? But he's just like, there's been a lot of times in my career that I tried to overthink it. And, you're trying to manage fish, and he's like, I can't manage. You can't manage when you're in this kind of fishery.
That's a tough question, though. I totally believe I won a tournament or two because I managed my fish.
Yeah.
And hindsight's always 20/20. There's certainly time when you say you didn't win. I should have just leaned on them better or harder on day one or two. There's no one set answer for that, but you just have to, calculate the risks versus rewards. And I do agree on a place like this, you better catch them when they're biting, because there's no guarantees they'll be biting tomorrow. For you, they'll be biting for someone.
Carry them a long ways.
There was no saving until tomorrow, and he was a very successful angler. So
that's what need to happen to us.
I'm not
today.
saying that I know all the right answers, but
one of those big ones would be just fine.
It's just like in football. Should you kick the field goal or go for the
You
the
should
touchdown?
kick the field goal, Davey. You should always kick the freaking field goal.
I didn't say anything about going in right before halftime with a
on day 3
double-digit lead. I mean, I don't know why you thought I was talking about that one particular time.
Do something else.
Really?
And people can
on
say,
this
well,
weekend?
if you would have, you should have, all those things. But when you're in this position and kind of in your mind what you have to have, it's hard to leave an area where you've caught 4s and 5s and lost a couple nice ones each day. Each day I've hooked some nice fish in here that I didn't catch. It's just hard to run off and leave that with the weights and the when everybody's catching a limit, yes.
Both couldn't early.
And in 3 and 4 pounders, this wouldn't do me. But when it's as tough as it's been, you kind of have to run with what you know. And I look back on it every time and say, well, I could have done or should have done. I might would have if I'd have ran down and checked the spot or whatever. But this is a marathon, not a sprint kind of year, just getting started. So I just want to maximize every point that I can get and move on to the next one. And I've said this before, there's some tournaments where you just know what you're capable of. And yes, things can always happen, but I'm always under the impression that if you can do well and catch a good check in an area, sometimes that's what you need to do. Take it to the next one. I just never really got on much else other than the deep bite, which is just about gone. I'll probably hit a couple of those places on the way in, but this little area has carried me tremendously, and I'm very thankful and happy with the outcome of it. Even today, as tough as it's been, and I've still had 7, 8, 9 bites, a couple decent ones I just didn't get in the boat.
Stetson Blaylock talking about exactly what we were just talking about, Davey, and when to make that right decision, wrong decision. And really, the truth is, it's like in anything in sports. If it works, it was great. Right. You know, if somebody sticks a rod in their hand with one technique that got them there, and they win that tournament, we say they're a genius. Yeah. If they lose that tournament, you're like, why didn't you change?
Right, exactly.
But Stetson, also talking about Angler of the Year, and I was saying that earlier, he said that on the dock this morning, and I think that's good. I hated the trend that was happening in the Elite Series for years. People are like, I'm not thinking about it. Sure you are. You don't ever not think about it, I would imagine.
I was guilty of the same thing. I would say I don't want to think about it, but truthfully, we all think about it. I mean, in Little League football, you think about winning the Little League championship the first day of practice. That's the goals that you set. But I think it's more a superstition that you don't want to be heard talking about it, you know. Or you don't want to be that arrogant guy that says, yeah, I'm here to win AOI, because you might finish 93rd or 94th in this event. You know, you just don't want to be that guy. But, yeah, they're all thinking about it.
That's one of the weird things about this sport. Like, because if you take it in any other terms, you talk to a quarterback, you talk to a pitcher. I mean, you'd never talk to if you replaced a fisherman with a pitcher, you'd interview that pitcher before the game, and they'd say, they are going to knock the leather off the ball today. I probably won't strike anyone out. But it shows that although professional anglers say they're not superstitious, they're all just a little bit superstitious.
You're right. You're right. I can remember like the first meeting, just first event of the year, just like this one, seeing the trophy and saying, I'm going to win that.
Well, seeing a trophy, there's a trophy right there. I told you, there was some St. John's River full of giant fish, but also some other critters that are pretty big themselves. Whether it be manatees, gators, or big bass, we'll have it all when we come back in just a few minutes.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
About 2.5 hours fishing time left for these anglers. 47 of them on the St. John's River at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite here. First stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And, of course, you look at those unofficial scores there, but official enough to know that John Cruz has got a big lead. He's had the roller coaster ride today. Started at a big peak, went into a long valley where he actually surrendered his lead, and then made a crucial change, got back up on top and in a big way as we take a look at the remainder of our leaderboard here. And Austin Felix has been in and out of the top 10. Been a struggle for him. He's lost a good fish as well. Drew Cook has worked his way up from way down in the depths earlier this week to, well, for a while in the top 10 today.
Yep. Taking a look at the anglers trying to make the cut until tomorrow. Actually, no, these are the anglers that made the cut to today, but the anglers that you were talking about,
the
right?
Good ones.
Sorry, Tommy, the break just spun me out.
Heck, I know.
FS1 spun me out. But really, hey, looking at it as a whole, it's a lot of the anglers that we were looking at coming into this tournament till the fronts hit, or Drew Cook. As Suchi McSuchenstein said, John Cox making big moves today. Taking a look right now, it's our parade of anglers in Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Greg DePalma and Gary Klaus, like last year, making a very long run as you get to the bottom end of Lake George. You see one Brandon Card having a big day today.
Sir.
Luke Palmer, Bernie Schultz, Caleb Summerall. A lot of anglers really concentrating in the shallow springs off the west side of Lake George as you swoop upward. Ron Moore. See Brandon Polinick. Taking a look at Rodman, probably the most consistent area of the week, except for that river system and the man-made canals from Willatka up to Palatka. Seeing some big stringers start to pop here and there today. We have John Cox, just a little bit over 20 pounds. That is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake as you swoop upward towards Jacksonville in that area. Well, who is that coach at Jacksonville that we like so much, Tommy?
Yes,
that he's
sir.
gone now. What's his name?
Who's that, the coach at Jacksonville?
Mr. Meyer?
Yeah.
You like Mr. Meyer, right?
Urban Meyer.
The urban legend is what I'm talking about.
Urban Meyer nightlife.
Tommy, I like
Good
it.
story.
He likes karaoke and
I'm
sorry.
Masayuki Matsushita, good day for him so far.
Still need a little bit for that limit. This could be the fish.
Yes, number 4. Yeah, 2 pounder, 2.5. Yes. One more.
No, that was his 4th fish.
That was number
apparently.
4.
Number 4.
Okay, you got it.
Straighten out.
Sick average size bass today. Yeah. Pretty much everything over 3 pounds, fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right around that mark for a small one. I think that one might be his small one.
Tommy, I throw a question. You're taking a look at that hook set right there from our guy Massa, and that's fair to say he is our guy.
He is our guy, and he's our rookie guy.
Are you a Trevor Lawrence believer or a non-believer?
Believer
Yes.
or a non-believer?
Yeah.
I could be convinced.
I think so.
I'm lacking a little bit of a final, twist of the old door lock there, but
Hey, we talked about it with Seth Feider on day 1 about how many anglers are in Seth's position as they get close to the end of their possible career. They need to catch them. And
Big fish alert.
He has the breakthrough, and it becomes a star. Some of these quarterbacks, they get stuck on teams that just don't. And they become busts, but it's not their talent. It's no O-line.
Matthew Stafford?
No people.
Drew Cook 5-pounder for your fantasy team?
I'll take that.
Look, there has been some.
Don't get choked up.
Sorry, I'm excited about all the fish catches right now.
Yeah.
There has been some big saves for the fantasy fishing world with Drew Cooks and John Coxes today.
Yes. I will take an 84th to a 7th place improvement from day 1 to halfway through day 3. That's a good move.
Hey, you
Drew
got to
Cook.
talk about on FS1 that you are the fantasy guru.
King.
And
Some would say king.
is that what you are?
I think I would crown myself.
Best, most consistent in the country?
I show up every event.
Okay.
I
Oh,
do.
we know.
Sure.
Tommy and I
I
talked
show
about
up
it.
every event.
Yeah.
But
You
Tommy
are.
got some jabs in. He kicked me while I was down that his team's performing a little bit today.
You're good.
Yeah, drain the lake. I got a little bit of leverage.
Me and
on
Tommy
it.
and Such, Z, you do each fantasy lineup per event. You can't do the whole season all at once. But Tommy, Such, and I we did the whole Drain the Lake for the season. We picked 80-something anglers ahead of the season to just see how our projections go for
We're
the year.
beta testing
Yes.
a Drain the Lake Super
Yes,
Pro
that's
today.
it.
Right,
Yeah.
testing the waters. Come on in, guys. The water's warm.
Fine. It's good.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen Ronnie's. Tommy, who are your top guys in the Drain the Lake?
Here?
Yeah.
Well,
right now.
I got one.
This
John
event.
Cruz. That kind of helps.
Oh, I got him too.
Got a Mr.
Okay.
Whitaker.
Whitaker. Oh,
Whitaker
I
doing
got-
good up there. I think
he's
I got
10th
one
right
others.
now.
I'd have to double check on that.
I got Walters.
Okay. Oh, well, you're beating me then. You're the king.
Well, I don't know
You guys
if I
burned some names early, though, in the season, though. You burned some names, I'm just saying.
And you're going to use Whitaker where?
I'm not telling.
It's already
Ron,
done.
I think a Santee Cooper.
Santee, I was thinking
Sure.
you'd say that.
Ron,
yeah.
where do you see the fans, the fantasy fishing fans, where do you see them go wrong if they're beginners?
Oh my God.
What?
History? Too much history?
No, yeah, I think
Young
they go. I
fantasy
think
guys
they base,
come to you and
they definitely dip from the pot of history, like a large percentage picking Rick Clunn, which, no offense, obviously a 2-time champion here, but the last 2 or 3 years haven't been, they've been on the opposite end of the spectrum. So a lot of people get sucked into history and the nostalgia of picks.
Yeah, you can pick at history till it bleeds.
It's a great pick.
Yeah.
But they just, Cliff Prince this week, I got stuck in that. My one history pick.
Me too. I noticed, Ronnie, that you really go for the low percentage guys who are going to do well in the buckets, and we're not talking Drain the Lake now. We're talking the main regular fantasy fishing.
Well, sometimes I'll say that the low percentage guys, there are 94 Elite Series pros, and they're all very good. And so that means there can only be a couple high percentage guys. So picking the low percentage guys works at times, but
I want to keep your eye on this right here.
Oh, well,
I believe
it
that's
is,
the
yeah.
Kennedy family, not headed to the Harris chain, and looks like Steve's on the front with the flogger.
Yeah.
hey, Brandon, where are your beds at? We're going to swim around. No, never.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
We're going to punch out.
Now we're there.
Punch out
That's
some gar
stone
here.
cold northern Florida right there.
If she gassed it right there, if instead of idling, if she gassed it, that would have been
Hold
a
up now.
sight.
Keep your eye on the wheel, dog.
All right, back
Oh,
to
now.
work, Santa.
Now it's starting to be the weekend up in the spring.
Yeah, where were these people all day? I mean, it's been a great day all
Did
day.
you
and
see
now they're showing
Santa?
up. Yeah, it was
doing
him.
a wintering in Florida.
He's a
Yeah.
Palatka guy. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
He's a Palatka guy. He's originally from Palatka.
I guess he can be here for 10 months and only has to work for about a month a year, you know,
The ultimate
to get
snowbird.
ready.
Yeah. John Cruz's margin versus the rest of the field, 8.5 pounds, right under 8.5 pounds unofficially.
Well, he's got 3 1-pound fish in his among his 5. He's got one nice one and a 2-pounder.
Oh yeah, him making it to 20 today is not out of the question at all.
We talked about John Cox being one of the only guys at 20 right now. He had 9.6 on day one. 9.6 on day one. Below the cut line, ended up with 13 and change yesterday. About a 4.5 pound improvement. And now he's made it a 6 pound improvement, up to 20 pounds today.
He was a high percentage pick.
Yeah, him and Cook are going to be the big movers from day 1 to day 3.
Oh, you could not have asked for better weather today. Go. Gonna slide back into Rodman right now. Austin Felix living with a suspending jerkbait. He said the 2 keys of this, if you didn't tune in this morning on FS1, very erratic with that jerkbait. But the other key, as clear as that water is in Rodman, he said long casts, very, very key.
Giant.
Oh yeah.
We need this one so bad. Dang it. There's a stump somewhere right over there. Oh, God. Oh, there he is. No. I have my hands on him. Come here.
Oh my heavens.
Open it.
Get him.
Wow.
Well, he got it.
Friggin' choked it, boy. Oh. God. It ain't over yet, boys. We might make it to Sunday. Dang, Ryugi hooks in his face.
What are you thinking, Z?
6, heavy 6.
Long, that fish.
Heavy
Yeah.
6,
10?
9.
Okay.
6, yeah.
We got us a little old 6-pounder. Which one's going out of here? One.
5.
Yellow's leading.
pound upgrade at least.
Makes up for a little slip up earlier in the day.
Did have a good one that got hung up on that field of stumps and broken trees down there.
Oh, I hear it.
Lost a big one early this morning with Austin Felix. Said he had it hooked in the side, looked like a bass scale and looked like a dadgum big bass scale. Well, he made up for it right here. In fact, I'm going to say some absurdities during this Power Pole replay of the day. Not that I haven't for the history of the Power Pole replay of the day. I'm going to say that he re-caught the bass right here that he lost earlier today. And not only that, Tommy Sanders, Such has always liked me to make absurd predictions early in the year. I'm going to say, Austin Felix, you are going to be the second Bassmaster Elite Series angler of the, I'll do it this early. You're going to be the 2022 Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Austin Felix.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's right. I did it.
Whoa!
Power Pole replay of the day, and I'm riding that horse the rest of the year because number one, I like Minnesota, and I like New Market, Minnesota, where he's not from. Okay,
but it's nearby.
It's near.
Eden Prairie's not far.
That was so absurd right there, Don Cox.
No, that's just a flight of fancy. Nothing absurd about it. Could happen. Absolutely. Take the man with the biggest, unofficially, we've got him with the biggest limit of the day here.
One of our guys right there.
Giant move from our friend John Cox. And John, tell us about what was different about today from the first 2 days.
Oh my gosh, guys, it's warming up, and I think it's gonna be one of those epic days. We're sitting on like a 6 or 7 pounder now. The last 4 or 5 pounder I just caught, I just dropped it on him and it ate it. So we've been waiting for this kind of day for a while.
Hey John, when these first ones come up, are they dumb?
Yeah, this group seems to be, but there's a couple I haven't been able to catch. But I don't know. I just want to, get 2 more big ones and make it till tomorrow.
John, do you see with the weather that we've got, is there potential of one of those nasty, 30-pound bags swimming around out here today or tomorrow?
I mean, that's what I figure. I need to catch about 30 today to make it. And, man, I'm telling you, I don't know if we're going to run out of time, but, man, it's going to be close today, I think.
John likes catching spawners, doesn't
he? Yeah, I love this stuff, man.
You do.
I was so excited this morning. I forgot my hook box, my weight box, so I got about 6 hooks and weights I rigged up. And
why would you actually take your hooks or your weights out of your boat? Seriously.
Yeah.
I was rigging up at my house, so I took them out, and I just forgot to put them back in, I guess.
How long have you been working on this one, John?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
Hey, John, real quick, do you know obviously you grew up nearby this body of water. Do you know the areas that they pop up first this time of year compared to other areas of the system?
I don't know if I know it that well, but I just had a feeling like this area here is usually a later in the year spot, and when I came through, there was absolutely nothing in practice. So I just had I had a feeling that if it got right, that this was going to be where to be, and boy, it's been the right call so far.
Boy, I want to ask.
I'm hoping there's some big ones in.
Well, John Cox, good job today, to be sure. Apparently, they're popping up everywhere in his location.
Such, did he hang up on us when Such wanted to ask a question? John, I think John hung up.
I want to ask him how long he would give a fish and if there's any signals that said, well, this one's not catchable.
See, well, we can find someone else to
back over to Austin.
Give us an opinion on that.
Doing something. It is amazing to see one guy sight fishing, one guy staring at his front-facing sonar.
Golly.
The fish hit it right when it hit the water.
Ate it off the dang surface. I don't know how big it is.
Boy, they're getting it too. One common theme between Austin Felix and our leader, John Cruz, who was catching them offshore in Rodman, both of them said the standing timber, not as productive as that broken down, that laid over timber. A lot of the bigger ones. they said would totally relate somewhere around that broken timber, Ron.
Very, very interesting. I don't know where you wanted me to go with that, but I agree. It's very, that's crazy.
It's dynamic, and this one right here, Austin Felix.
We need this one so bad.
Your Angler of the Year
Yes,
pick.
yes.
Why so?
I just think a lot of the lake, I think he's really, really good at shallow water, but I also think we're going to have a pretty good list of offshore tournaments.
At least 4 probably.
Yep, and he seems to do pretty well at those. And like Seth, I think he's just an all-around pretty versatile dude.
I heard his pre-practice for Oahe could have broke 100 pounds.
Whoa!
4 days, 26.
No kidding.
Austin Felix, the look, the thunder.
6-pounder. Hasn't registered on Bass Track yet, but Such right, he's 6th or 7th at least, right?
Oh, he is.
Hey, some good things are happening for some guys who have been working very, very hard out there. I mean, it's getting down to the desperate hours. You got to get something done here in this last couple of hours stretch we have before the first flight starts to check in. John Cruz still on top, no problem for him. Jake Whitaker, the guy on the bubble. You got to be in the top 10 at the end of today. That means a lot of work left to be done for some of these anglers.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Last couple of hours of fishing on this day 3 of 4 days of fishing. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. John's River. What a beautiful place. All sorts of real tempting looking spots to fish, but boy, it does fish rather small, and it's about as small as we've ever seen it. Fishing opportunities wise this time around.
Earlier today, that with this warming weather, somebody, one of your Drew Cooks, one of your John Coxes, one of your shallow water guys was going to fall on some spawners. That is exactly what we just heard with John Cox, who's over 20 pounds and looking at a bunch of good ones right now. There, we're going to slide back over into Rodman. Just FYI, John Cox is just below Rodman Reservoir.
Such, I think you mentioned you wanted to ask John about how long.
Everybody's doing. It's been tough. I haven't even looked really at what I got right now. I think I got, what, like 12 pounds or something. Oh, that's a giant one. If this is a bass, this is a giant one. That was a huge mark. Oh, he's in something. He's sawing off against something. Oh, please come out of there. He came out. Get away from whatever that is. Giant bass. Hooked at the top of the dang head. There, he's not giant, but he's a good one. Whew. It's going now, boys. Oh. What do you say? 3.5 probably. We're gonna fire it up. Let's see here.
Four?
Yeah. Close.
It's a 3-pounder. So green's got to go.
Very rarely
go. That puts me up
even,
to.
So it's three something.
I think you're
honestly,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Puts me up to about 15 pounds, I think.
There's no way you go from 12 with a limit to 15 with a 3-pounder, and you have to call. There's no shot. I mean, the match doesn't.
His
have
Bass Track hasn't updated, but Austin Felix should be in 3rd place.
Oh, Matsuchiya.
Number 5. Yes. Wow. Yes. Oh, 3-pounder. Oh, today, maybe tomorrow I can fish. Yes.
Yes. We're going to still have us a tournament tomorrow.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've seen enough in the last
absolutely
20 minutes.
You say that, and then John Cruz is going to catch a 6-pounder.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, we can't
shut us up.
Can't do anything about that.
What's he got? Masayuki has 3 3-pounders and 2 4-pounders at least?
Yeah.
17 pounds?
Yes, absolutely.
His bass track is now showing 15.5,
He has
513 back of Cruz, and I think he's a little
he'll
low on
maybe about 3
I
pounds
think
back.
he's over 16 easy.
In the springs, just off of Lake Georgia. Oh, Bob Dowdy. Bassmaster all the way back in the spring. Water's warm back there.
Where do you go?
Well, it's late in the tournament, Ron. And Super Bowl weekend, same thing, you know.
Yeah.
Bob Downey's still looking for his 5th keeper, his limit fish. 4 times the number he had yesterday, though. Great day one for Bob Downey, and then he gets out here today and tries something different. He's got a new plan because yesterday was a lot of futility out there.
Well, it's almost identical to if you really watch Brandon Polinick's tournament, who's fished in the springs really all tournament long, is that cold weather knocked a lot of these fish back in the depressions where they were catching them on lipless crankbaits, catching them on jerk baits. Brandon Polinick, rare do you hear this in Florida, wanted it to stay cold to where those females were in the depressions. And as it's warmed up, obviously a lot of fish starting to lock on. Brandon Polinick, Bob Down. I see some kayakers back there. It's a happy Saturday. Making adjustments, making it happen. Bob Downey's day right there.
He's reconnecting with his friends that he found on day one.
Obvious.
Sitting in 3rd place, unofficially, as it stands right now. Just over 50 pounds total for 3 days.
Chris Johnston, man, he said he thought he was going to have a tough time today. He was a little bit worried. It has been that. Chris Johnston, only 1 fish in his live well. I think you're going to see some really big bags by the end of today. A little bit more consistency. I mean, yesterday really, it was obviously very, very, very top heavy. I think it's going to be a little more, see several 20-pound stringers.
That's the problem with these soft worms. Once the hook pops through once, pain. It's a Yamamoto. Yeah.
Got some big fish alerts going to be popping in here. Such is going to be chiming like a canary here in a second, aren't
You'd
you?
hope. You know what's surprising? You haven't heard a peep from Patrick Walters since he got his small limit, and I'm kind of surprised at that, the way he was catching fish yesterday.
There's a peep coming from a John Cox who just caught a 7-pounder. Such.
Gotcha.
Okay. Got John Cox over 26 pounds right now, friends.
Wow.
Wow.
Could be a little tussle out there on the water tomorrow.
Could be.
He's got a 6-0, a 2-8, a 6.8, a 4.0, and a 7.0.
With a lot of time to spare.
Go for the VMC monster bag of John Cruz, day 1, 28 pounds even.
If I got one in nose pads, I don't think you'd ever get them out.
Boy, John Cox has come out of nowhere since day one.
And that answers my question, how long John Cox will work on a fish, a bedding fish.
That's what I was going to say, Such, is that when he's already at 20 pounds, he knows he needs a big bag if he wants to make it to the final day. He doesn't know what we know on Bass Track, so he's gonna if he thinks it's gonna be cullable after he gets over 20 pounds, I mean, he's gonna catch a 7-pounder. He's gonna take as long as it needs to.
So he could look at the fish in the lake and know it's bigger than the one in the live well.
Yeah, exactly. That's how that works.
Got it.
You know, for the most part.
Got it.
You know, estimations wise.
But how long does he sit there and keep attempting if you know, all right, it's not biting
it's literally
there's cues.
It's literally a fish by fish basis, though. They all act different.
You do want to know that, don't you, Such? I could tell. I could tell.
I've heard other guys say they waste time, and I shouldn't have wasted an hour on that fish. We've heard it this week.
Such, you were talking about wasting time. Speaking of wasting time, we're going to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios here, sponsored by Marathon, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a fantasy fishing update for the latter half of day 3. We have 1 day of competition left, a couple more hours for guys to make adjustments. And when it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, there's some new things this year that you could be involved with. Obviously, we have the Drain the Lake game that we introduced middle of the season last year. Rapala Fantasy Fishing, the 5-man team is still there. You can get text updates now. If you're one of those people that forgets when we have our Bassmaster Elite Series events and it sneaks up on you maybe the last day, you can sign up for those text updates and they will let you know when to set your team. Also, something that's new this year is when you go to your lineup, as it's happening on your fantasy fishing team, you no longer have to wait till the end of the fishing day to know how your team is doing or has done. You can look and over the column of the day. Obviously, today is day 3. So above day 3, there is a live button that's letting you know this is happening right now on the water, and you can get updated points of your team. You don't have to wait till weigh-in. It will become official then, but you can check out how your team is doing. So, for instance, I had 3 guys who made the cut. There was only 1 after day 1 that was inside the cut. I had 3 that made the cut, and now I see that, hey, Drew Cook is in 7th place, increased points, and that shows down at the bottom. I started the week at about 800 points, which is really terrible for the king of fantasy fishing. Obviously, we went up to 900 points, and I'm almost at 1,000 now because of those improvements. You can track it there with your overall rank. This is the lowest I'm going to be all year, Z. I just want you to know that. I stay in the dark green. I started the event in red, and I'm not going back to the left. I'm keeping the gauge completely full. But that is how it goes for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing.
Tank is full. Ronnie, I have a question for you.
I don't know if that was a waste of time. I think that was really good. I think that was solid.
It absolutely was.
Boy, question, when you have a rough fantasy event, I know it's hard on you, it's hard on Sarah Moore, but do you get harassed by other fantasy fishing folks on social media?
Well, I promote the cyberbullying of fantasy fishing trash talk. I do, because if you look at the fantasy fishing, a lot of groups offer prizes. If you win, you get, rods and reels. Maybe there's some, a pool of lures or whatnot you can win. I don't offer anything other than come beat me and talk trash.
You're that good.
Yeah, and over
wait a minute, no, that's not
over 2,000 people want to talk trash to me, so I welcome it. It's very good. It's good for the impressions and the reach. You know all about that.
I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't actually at all.
You are the Colonel Tom Parker of, of fantasy fishing. You are
I
the
do
promoter
not
supreme.
know who Tom Parker is.
That was Elvis's manager.
Oh,
back in the
okay.
day. Yeah, Colonel Tom Parker.
His group is aptly named, though. Beat Ronnie Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had some people. I'll call a Rich Hellabass. He says he names his group Beat Hellabass, and I just think that that's a little bit too close to my name. I don't think that that's very original.
Have you sent him a
so-
letter?
Yeah, I've actually sent him texts and told him to cease and desist.
It's your lawyer to send the letter.
Well,
that's
that
how
would,
you.
that would require me to.
Why are you so good?
I
By the
think
way-
you can see it translates to fantasy football because I'm in the finals every year, and normally you're there to greet me, and you may beat me in fantasy football, but I don't think you'd have a shot in fantasy fishing.
I agree, and I think like everybody else that's watching, they would agree. I mean, you're good.
Well done, the Drew Cook thing. Well done, you.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I texted him yesterday and said thanks. That's all I said, and he said he went on and on about his excitement for his uptick.
I'll tell you one thing I am good at, Ron. Not many, but this right here.
This is kind of your segment.
This is my house right here.
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh, we're fixing to enter it right now. You
Yeah,
ready?
we are. Come on in. Water's warm.
No, I'm talking about this right here, Striker Daily Trivia.
Oh.
Been a little neglected so far today, but boy, we're going to catch up with it.
Oh,
What
we're not gonna show
sentinels
ya.
stand watch on the ends of Palatka Memorial Bridge? Pictured in the background there. What are those? Are they Navy Seabees? World War I doughboys?
Striker.
World War II Hellcat
Daily
pilots?
Beat Mark Zona Trivia.
Yes,
And Marine leathernecks
You've been there,
are your
you've
four
seen 'em,
choices
Z.
there. All right. so we
Statues on the
got
ends
a-
of the
got-
bridges. The bridge.
You got a military theme to that. Which military guys are
Tough one.
honored
Tough one.
on the Palatka
You're gonna see
Bridge?
right
We'll be back in just a
there.
second.
You crushed that, Tommy.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
Deeper into the last couple of hours of fishing, quarter number 4 of this game on day 3 at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River. Things are not settled yet. We've had a couple of points during the day when we thought, yeah, okay, we got a game tomorrow. And then we think, no, we don't have a game tomorrow. We're back to the former right now, and we got plenty more time left for things to change. Striker Daily Trivia, there's the bridge. That's the subject of our trivia question. What sentinels stand watch on the ends of Palatka's Memorial Bridge? I'm assuming it's one at either end. It's from World War II or Marine leathernecks. Z?
Tommy, I am a true historian. I love history.
Yeah.
And I am going with C, Hellcat pilots, because it sounds awesome. And that's what I'm going with.
Jacksonville, big military
Yep.
area.
It
you
is.
know.
It is.
Also,
It is.
also planes back in World War II, very big.
Right.
I'll go with you on that. I'll jump in with you on that.
I thought it was the Doughboys, the World War
Okay.
I Doughboys.
Okay.
Ronnie,
Yeah.
more.
Let's go! I've probably been there more recently than you guys, though. I'll say that. I was at the elite event in person there. You know, in Palatka.
They've been up since 1927.
Crazy.
See, you said beat Mark Zona in Striker Daily Trivia, and I just did.
There's
So,
the aforementioned.
do I win something?
Easy.
Tommy researched, and I found out that after Pearl Harbor, some cargo ships were sunk right outside of Jacksonville.
What, by subs?
German submarines came over right after Pearl Harbor. We had like 40 cargo ships were destroyed, even in the Gulf.
Gonna get
It's not fun.
words together.
Yeah.
With Bob Downey.
Oh, that was like a 3 or 4 pounder. I can still see him. It's just sun in itself.
Well, you can see how this tournament's changed. There's a window, and a lot of you that fish a lot of tournaments this time of year know this. There's times when those females, those big females, David Mullins hooked up.
Look out.
Oh, that's a tough piece of structure to fight one through.
I hope he didn't come off. I think he come off. I think he come off. Daggone it. I come off. Dang it.
Well, Davey Hyde was talking about it an hour and a half ago. The pads are not a free throw.
Exactly.
It'd be a good habitat, but they're not a free throw.
And really what I was
Big.
getting into, if you get to fish a lot this time of year, before they start spawning, those big females will be very close to where they're going to spawn, within,
It smoked it and pulled me right into that pad.
10, 20 yards, and they will chase moving baits up to a certain point to where they get, when they get in love mode, it instantly, you heard Polinick talk about it, it instantly turns into a soft plastic deal. Even if they're not locked, they're just around it where they turn into zombies. You're seeing that happen during this event.
I think we had a 10-ouncer or just a pound fish come in on Bob Downey for his limit. But yet he's talking about a 3 to 4 pounder. That is the possibility here that he caught the male. Very, very small keeper waiting to try to get that female that is sunning like he said. He's going to scoot in for a little peek.
Couldn't do anything with him.
We'll get with Davey Height again. I'm going to ask him about that. Just that transition where those females will eat a bladed jig, a swim jig. Now, I'm not talking about the guys jerkbaiting offshore, because that's a different.
Yeah, that's.
I'm talking about when you get up shallow, is that transition can happen in a matter of a day, where they will hit something. John Cruz yesterday catching him on a bladed jig. That bite could absolutely disappear today.
If you were just picking up with us, we still have John Cruz in the lead, where he started the day with a 10-pound advantage. Now he's got a less than 6-pound advantage over Masayuki Matsushita, or Masushita. There are two ways that we've heard it pronounced. John Cox, the big move, with 26 pounds on the day, unofficial.
And the real story, if it just say John Cruz does not upgrade today, man, having a John Cox over your shoulder going into a final day on a Florida lake,
knowing what he's on.
Absolutely. That is that'll make you stay up a little tonight.
How close does someone need to be to the lead? We've seen guys
10?
come back from 6 pounds back. We've seen Clun from 13 pounds back.
I think just to, in 8 to 10, Tommy and I covered the event down here with Snowden. A 10-pound lead is not. You can do that here.
Clun was 13 back and had 34 pounds to win. That means, Chris Johnston had 20 on the final day. A 20-pound bag is a great bag. Had 20 and still got beat with a 13-pound lead because of that.
Cox was asked this. What do you guys think? Is the 30-pound bags out there going to be swimming around tomorrow?
I'd like to see what that was, because it was big.
I think the odds are better than they've been the last 2 days.
It's supposed to stay warm tonight. It doesn't crash until tomorrow night. I think the big factor will be if you could see tomorrow.
Wind could interfere. Mm-hmm. Okay. We have seen some good protected looking spots, though, I'll tell you.
John Cox is in one of those. Mm-hmm. Very, very, very protected.
I think Matsushita in and out of places like that.
But again, the first 2 days of this event, John Cruz has made massive calls from now until weigh-in.
Cruz had a 10-pound lead over second this morning, and at a certain point today, the whole top 10 was within 10 pounds of him. But now from first to 10th is 17 pounds back.
Sucha has informed us a couple of times about Brandon Cart having some good luck today and putting forth a great effort. Brandon, if you got a minute to spare with us, could you kind of fill us in on what's been going on with you today and why has it been so much better?
Yeah, it's it's kind of just been a wild day. I caught like a good fish first thing this morning, kind of what I did yesterday, like a 4-pounder. And then I hit a dry spell, and I thought, well, I'm going to run down here to Astor and try some of these spawning areas, where I had a few bites in practice. And as soon as I got down here, I caught like a 6-pounder on a Cinco, skipping around these docks. I don't think it was on a bed, but I think she was just kind of staging. And then I proceeded to lose 2 more after that. One felt like a good one. And then I just caught like my 3rd keeper, just a small one. So, I mean, I've had my chances, to have a limit, but right now I'm sitting on 2 really good ones and one baby. So I'm sitting here trying to figure out if I want to spend the rest of the day down here or if I want to run back to my starting spot and give that one last whirl.
Brandon, are you starting to see some fish getting into the spawning mode here today compared to earlier in the tournament?
No, I mean, I thought I was going to see some beds down here, but I've literally not seen any fish spawning. So I think we're just a day or 2 away. I mean, last night, was a warm night, and that was kind of what I was planning on was, maybe a few fish had pulled up to actually spawn, but I don't think they're doing it yet. Not right here, they ain't. But another 1 or 2 days away, it could be wide open down here.
No company down there? Not very many people in that area?
No, there really isn't. I've only seen one other boat the whole day, down here. Now, my starting spot, there was a few of us, fishing around there. But, man, I'm just sitting here kind of on pins and needles wanting to catch number 4 and 5 because I know if I could catch 2 decent fish, there's a high probability and pretty tight. Now, obviously, if the fishing's a lot better today, then the weights will go up. But based on, the weights we've been seeing, I'm just a couple of bites away.
Brandon, have the big bites this week been very random, where you just cannot predict where that bite's going to come from?
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, yesterday I just grinded it out in one area. The first day I ran around, checked a lot of different stuff, so I can see why the first day was kind of a slow day for me. But yesterday, I hunkered into the area that I caught them on day 1 and fished super, super slow all day long, and I had 5 keeper bites, and my 5th one came with just like 20 minutes left in the day. So, I mean, it's been really tough. But fortunately for me, I've been able to catch a few, quality fish every day, 4.5 plus pounders. Obviously, I got a 6-pounder today, which has, really helped a lot.
What time did your last keeper come in the boat, Brandon?
Just probably about 20 minutes ago. So if I leave now, I'll have about 20 or 30 minutes to fish on my starting spot, which I think I might could go back there and catch 1 or 2, but then I could catch them down here. So I'm just sitting here kind of trying to figure out what I want to do.
You look at the weather as it's predicted to be tomorrow. Do you think it's going to be better or definitely not better?
No, I mean, I think it's going to keep getting better. I mean, the sun is what we need, obviously. I think obviously there was some good fish caught in practice with the clouds, but now that it's just trending, sunny, then yeah, like I said, we're just 1 or 2 days away for them to actually start spawning, and then you could see a giant bag caught.
Well, whichever way you go here in the next few minutes, Brandon, good luck to you. Thanks for spending some time with us today. Good luck making it to the top 10. That's what it's all about. Brandon Cart down there in Astor, way upstream.
We've seen a lot of different things. We've seen a lot of things factor this week, a lot of different baits, and we want to talk to our leader, John Cruz, since the beginning of the event and his Bass Pro Shop's top lures so far this week.
All right, so my buddy Mr. Chatterbait bailed me out this afternoon. Got the full-size D-bomb on the back there, 1/2 ounce jackhammer chatterbait. That big D-bomb on the back, I like that bigger profile, 20-pound Sunline Sniper. Cashin chatterbait rod. It's got chatterbait right on it, so that's probably the one to throw, right? And a 7-to-1 Daiwa Tatula Elite. That's the setup right there. It bailed me out today. I caught a limit on the spinning rod and then had to go to this, upgraded a few times. Hopefully, this thing will come in handy for me again tomorrow.
He obviously worked in a jerkbait on day 1, mixed in with a drop shot on that 6-inch worm. And then day 2, we saw a different change when we were with him, caught some on a drop shot, but then really implemented that chatterbait before another change up today with his strategy.
Yeah, exactly. Going to that quiver worm today, going up shallow in Rodman. As of right now, that has saved John Crew's day so far.
Come here. Gotcha.
Took a while to get that one.
Quiver will deliver.
It did.
Throw it back.
Boy, it was worth the wait. Good stuff. He's still the story.
Absolutely.
Top of the leaderboard, John Cruz Jr. looking for his second Bassmaster Elite Series victory.
Keeping an eye on John Cox, though.
Oh, yeah.
From 9 to
Scary.
13 to 26 pounds, and this is where he lives. He literally lives on the St. Johns River, just far below the off limits in Astor.
Bob Downing, Mullins, Patrick Walters doing their best and successfully staying in the top 10, but you got to be at the top 10 when it's all over after the weigh-in. Jake Whitaker, Micah Frazier moved into the top 10. He's back out again. Ditto Austin Felix. Lots of movement and probably more to come.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Well, the clock is ticking. There's the big guy. He's still roaming around out there somewhere. Our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us today's conditions. High of 75, man.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely perfect. Low of 51. Tonight, that's warmer than it has been on average, partly cloudy. That's a low from last night, I should say. Yeah.
Get a really good look at how clear that water is in the springs.
That
is a mess.
That's a blue hole for sure.
Yes, it is too. See if we can't just slide back out in the St. Johns River right now. Patrick Walters.
Hadn't heard
Missing
from him in a while.
Yeah, exactly. He was swatting on them good this morning. Not a lot of big ones.
Be a big one. I think he's foul hooked. That one might go.
Thank you.
I think he will too. I think he will too. Green.
Patrick Walters has had a lot of quality by this time. Listening to his estimations, going to need about 17 pounds a day to win this tournament. Not really looking like that. No, it feels like it's going to take a little more.
Crazy how much he lived in Rodman.
Yes.
Hadn't sniffed it today. Not going to do that at all. I think that's a veteran move by him because of how many times he has came up short on the final day because of Rodman. Today he tried and tasted something else just to make sure.
That was how he got the lead last year, though. 26 pounds, 7 ounces in Rodman on day 3, right?
Yep.
Been a long time
Then
since that last
day
keeper.
4, he went there and only did half that or less.
Roll Tide. I don't think he'll help, will he?
Remember, 3:30 p.m. here on Bassmaster.com. That is where the weigh-in is going to be found. Write it down. Dave Mercer will be the master of ceremonies there. And Dave, you've been watching the proceedings here. Lots of great movement, lots of good stories at the top of the leaderboard. But right at that cut line, right below the cut line, there's about 10, 11 guys within 3 pounds of each other. It's going to be a nail biter at that weigh-in today.
It really is, and you don't have to look any further than John Cox right now. Started the day in, I believe, 38th place, and with an estimated 26 pounds, finds himself all the way up into the top 3. And that's what I love about Florida, because let's be honest, guys, you guys destroy every single weigh-in. I mean, you guys show it all, and there's no surprise. But in Florida, there is always a surprise, because literally it comes right down to one bite. And we talked about it yesterday afternoon and how it felt super fishy, and there's going to be magic this afternoon again. And I'll tell you what magic is happening here. The crowd is going to be nuts here today. We're an hour and a half from weigh-in, and this venue is packing out. So we may set record crowds here today, record fish. I mean, it's just a good weekend for bass fishing.
Dave, we talked to you about some of the rapport you have with the anglers on stage, and something that John Cox actually admitted to the crew here on Bassmaster Live is when we went to him, we did a B&W trailer hitches on the line. He said, yeah, man, I forgot my box of hooks and weights at home. Well, John Cox, pretty much, if you watch him fish, he pretty much only throws things that are Texas rigged, right? We need to dig into how do you leave that at home?
Basically, I mean, that I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm glad you told me that, because I'm gonna hold him to the fire on the stage and say, what is wrong with you? He was bragging yesterday on stage saying how nice it is that he gets to stay at home for 2 tournaments. I mean, he's a huge family guy and he loves that, but maybe the family distracted him. I don't know, but if he left that at home and has 26 pounds, maybe he should have left that at home a few days ago.
Dave, John Cruz, one of the absolute veterans on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We talked about it on FS1 earlier today. Only one victory to his name, but a lot of top finishes. You're around John a lot. You're around his family, his dad. His dad's one of the nicest guys on earth. Talk about how much this would, because look, the one that he won on the California Delta, he kind of just laid in the weeds and came out of nowhere. This is a different situation, man. This is a situation that John Cruz has never been in with that commanding of a lead.
Yeah, and it would mean a lot to him, and he is very focused. But like I talked about earlier, I'm really impressed. He's so calm. Like, he's very calm, and he's also very, loose in the way that he's open to fish anyway. Like he said, hey, I might not go to Rodman. I might stay in the river. You could really tell when he talked about laying off fish in the past. You could really tell that was a painful memory. Like a lot of tournament anglers, where you went wrong when you went wrong. But he said a lot of times in the past, I tried to overthink it and manage fish to the point that at the end of the event, I left fish on the table. And he said, you can't do that on these big fish bodies of water. And he said, I'm just going to catch all I can every day. And he's really, really calm, and he's not always that person. You know what I mean? Like, he's a very energetic, anxious person in some ways. And he's really calm this week. So I will say he does have maybe a little bit of a different vibe around him this week.
Dave, we're trying to drum up a little business for tomorrow's show. We'll have 10 anglers in the mix, 10 only tomorrow. So tell me, how many among those 10 are going to have a shot at winning the whole thing? We have seen some massive comebacks in the history here.
I think if you say anything other than 10, you're lying. I mean, again, John Cox went from 38th to 3rd unofficially right now. Anybody that makes the top 10 tomorrow, I mean, sure, we'll look at the numbers, and there will be somebody with a lead, and there will be a few anglers that it's more likely, but it's Florida. And earlier today, Gerald Swindle said, Rodman, where they're fishing, he said, in his opinion, if this weather stays the way it is, he says, we're going to see a 30-pound bag tomorrow. He said it was that close to those fish moving up. And if you're watching, this it's becoming more of a bed fishing tournament. And with that in mind, only having 10 anglers, a lot of times we see these bed fishing tournaments and anglers are splitting beds. You're only going to have 10 anglers on the water. They are going to have this all to themselves, and you could see some magic tomorrow. But of course, that's what I'm going to say, because I want the weigh-in to be exciting. But, I mean, all you have to do is look at our past tournaments. Just when you think this thing's over, Florida reminds us where we are.
All right. Dave Mercer gives you a reason to be here tomorrow for the weigh-in today and tomorrow. For all day long, we got the coverage for you. 7 hours of live coverage here. The weigh-in today, actually, well, it's now begins at 3 p.m. Okay, not 3:30 on Bassmaster.com. Make a note of that. Will be, as we say, a nail biter, and then we'll have 10 guys in it tomorrow. No. And you heard it from Dave Mercer.
It's still 3:30.
It could be won by any of them.
Yeah, it is still 3:30.
Oh, it is 3:30. Okay, all right.
Just 2 flights. No, they didn't
not.
get moved up, but just less flights today. Yeah.
All right.
So you were correct the first time, 3:30.
All right.
We can take and slide on down to Lake George. Gonna get up in the Springs, west side of Lake George. Brandon Polnick's in there.
Oh, Bob Downey. Having a better day today as far as numbers go. Oh, heavens. What?
I don't know if this is a bass. Yeah, it is. Oh my gosh, it is.
What went on right there?
That looked weird. I've never looked like a special effect for a minute there.
No.
Well, you hear him.
Gosh, I knew that was gonna happen. Gosh, he only had one hook. Dang it. Oh, man. I knew he only had one hook. God dang it. Oh, man. Maybe I can get another one here. Oh, shoot. Well, I've hooked 6 giants on a trap, and I haven't lost one, so I'm probably bound to lose one. God, that was right under the boat.
Just going to make the comment. He gets this one. He's going to be in the mix, potentially for the win on Championship Sunday. That is all of a 6-pounder, it looks like, and would have.
And it survived every jump until the last shake going back into the water.
Would have culled out about a 12-ouncer that old Bob Downey has in the live well. Oh, we've seen a couple big misses today on Bassmaster Live. Critical fish. And so one thing you could say about John Cruz so far in this tournament, what he's hooked, he's pretty much landed. Fish would have got him probably within 5 or 6 pounds of.
Oh yeah, would have.
Leader John Cruz. That's a unfortunate loss for Bob Downey.
Second or third.
Pumping that lipless, you could tell that fish hit literally, because I had thought, we had been with him so long, he had been sight fishing, and he hadn't been pumping a lipless crankbait a lot today, and right when we went to him, you've seen that fish hit right in front of the trolling motor.
Matsushita still holding on, second place there. Just under 6 pounds back.
Ron, how long did Matsushita fish the opens?
2-3 seasons tops.
Okay. Not a long time.
Not a long time.
He was the runner-up for the opens, the overall AOY.
Really?
Opens, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Overall points.
Yes. Overall points, yeah. Yes. Falcon Rod's AOY
21 overall. That was a hotly contested deal to qualify for the Elite Series.
Time to make that final move, maybe. Check one place before you have to report back in, and we'll report back into you in just a minute.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
Watching these guys, the best in the business, deal with some complicated, rapidly changing conditions, opportunities, setbacks, decision-making going on all the time here, and there's more to come. But right now, let's test ourselves with some Striker Daily Trivia. How many anglers have won 3 or more pro tournaments in B.A.S.S? 3 or more championships with B.A.S.S. 40 of them, 50, 60, or 70? A, B, C, or D?
I'm going the higher end of that spectrum. I'm going to either C or D. I'm going to go C60.
B50.
Okay. D70. All right. Sound like a bingo.
Such, what's your guess?
Tommy Sanders is correct. 70
Bingo.
anglers have won 3 or more tournaments. B.A.S.S. There are 126 who've won 2 or more. 126 guys have won 2 or more B.A.S.S. pro level events.
Good stuff, Such.
Guys, who made the best decisions today? Who's been there? Who are the
Man,
ones?
Obviously you're going to say John Cruz, but listen, John Cruz was waiting for this collision to happen. So it's not, you don't want to say he...
It wasn't on the fly.
Here's what I could tell you.
Okay.
John Cruz started shallow, stayed shallow, and the collision has happened. There's no doubt about that. I think it's fair to say, right now, everything John Cruz, even though today has been a lot tougher than the first 2 days, as far as numbers go, that big one that he caught late morning is going to be what carries his lead going into Championship Sunday.
I'm looking at three names that I've been impressed with today: Drew Cook, John Cox, and Austin Felix. I think Austin Felix is the only one who has made that jerk bait in the slick, calm conditions in Rodman last for 3 days. No one else ever. Walters gave it up, Cruz gave it up, and found other ways to catch them. But he has figured out a way, maybe expanded his areas now that there's less anglers.
I think the other thing really that plays into this, if you've hung out with us here for the first tournament for Bassmaster Live this week, is we say this, but it's critical when you get to semifinal Saturday and Championship Sunday, is execution is one of the biggest things, especially in one of these. Granted, this is going to be a heavyweight event. Landing them, execution on putting everything in the boat, and at least so far in this tournament, John Cruz has been the one to get that done so far.
Flawless, absolutely flawless. Nothing coming off. Well, let's talk about the best.
We talk about decision making. There was an awkward pause.
You like that, though, right?
I do like that. I do like that.
That's
it's
for
confusion.
Thought. That shows we're thinking.
Exactly. I've actually hung out with a lot of people that would awkward pause, and it would confuse me. And John Cruz is your marathon peak performance, Tommy Sam.
I like it. Until someone dethrones him from the top spot, Tommy, he has to. He had a 12-ounce lead on day 1 of this event, expanded it to almost 10 pounds yesterday. The closest it got was 9 ounces today, with Masayuki Matsushita being right on his heels. And since then, he has slowly expanded it back out to where it's at 6 pounds.
And I'm with Mercer on this one. I am impressed by the way he's not getting wound up. Not too high, not too low. Man, he is like even keel. Just kind of gliding through it all.
Yeah.
I think he knows, he doesn't have to tell you how important that fish is. He just knows how important it is. Doesn't want to get too high or too low because of it, but now he's like, that fish bought me a little bit of slack I did not have.
Sure, and really the right people today have lost some fish. You look at guys like Bob Downey losing a big one. We saw Austin Felix. There is no telling what Austin Felix had hooked, but I can tell you, looking at the scale that was on his treble earlier today, I think he had one of them great big ones hooked in the side on his jerkbait. But I mean, it was a big one because it
Very good show.
never knew it was hooked. Bassmaster Live.
One more question.
Yeah.
What are the odds of the headline of Bassmaster.com tomorrow to start the day, cruise in control? Cruise control. What are the odds of that?
I like that.
That
If he
suits-
actually
I
is
don't think
in
it's
control,
accurate
though.
of what's going on in the tournament, though.
Right. But that does not stop people from using
Yes,
what they think is the
if
truth.
you're a
There's that.
newspaper writer, you know headlines do not dictate the body of the text.
They're supposed to.
They're supposed
That's the
to,
first
but they
lesson.
do
Hal
not.
Lister,
No, they do not.
News 105.
Right. Tom Cruise was not with this subject. No.
Okay, last cast.
Oh, you know they're not checking up.
Bill Lowen, look at Chris Johnston. We talked about Drew Cook making a huge move in points for Angler of the Year
All
or
of a
for
sudden got
Classic.
busy.
70 points over the last 2 days. Chris Johnston going the opposite way, starting the day in 10th,
goodness.
could lose 25
Alrighty
points
then.
today.
Here they are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The shallow ones love
T-I-M-E. That was Kenny Powers on the jet ski with the bandana and neon.
The only thing that would be better is if he went between Polinick and the bank.
Watch out for manatees. You know what they reminded me of? They reminded me of like those bad dudes from Waterworld.
Smokers.
Yeah,
Is that what they call them?
Smokers, yeah.
Okay.
Dennis Hopper.
Right.
Yes.
With an eye patch.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
Any surprises for you, Z, looking at our top 10 right now on Bass Track with Cruz, Matsushita, Cox, Felix, Downey, Mullins, Walters, Cook, Ito, and Blaylock? Coming into the season, it's hard to tell who's going to show up in Florida and have a good first event. Any surprises?
Taku Ito,
Yeah.
I would say. I think probably the cold weather probably helped him out to where he could do his game a little bit
Make
more.
that day three cut,
I think
yeah.
he's the biggest surprise. Taku Ito is starting to show us, obviously he's vicious with a spinning rod up north, and we've all been able to say, go on out of here.
What?
Is if you really start to watch Taku Ito, and as he's getting a couple years under his belt, he's equally as powerful on starting to be on shallow water, dirtier fisheries.
So for someone like Taku, who doesn't have a lot of U.S. fishing experience, when the season's done, he goes home for months, then comes back and preps for the year. How important is his pre-practice time? A lot of guys use pre-practice, our other, U.S. American Elite Series anglers, they've been to some of these places. So they just ride around, they maybe graph, they don't fish much. How important is it for him the 14 days he pre-practiced here to actually learn
huge.
to catch these fish?
It's enormous, man. He's not like Polinick, and he's not like other guys, Patrick Walters that has, take a football term this weekend, that has a lot of looks.
Oh my gosh. I've seen more boats in the last 3 minutes than I have in the last 3 days.
But you get it, his work ethic, if his work ethic wasn't as high as it is, he would not be the sensation that he is. He has to do that.
Absolutely.
Till he gets the kind of a gauge of stuff.
And that works for certain people, and then there's certain people that we have covered in years past that don't even fish throughout the off season, which to me is the most bizarre thing in the world.
That's
if you golf for a living, you would think, dude, when it's the off season, I'm going to golf my.
No. Those guys do not golf in the off
They
season.
do not?
We used to do
But they only have like
a
month.
We used to do an event with the pro golfers in the Bass Fishermen years ago called the, I think it was a Humminbird Bass and Golf.
Like fish and
Bass and
chips.
Race too. All of the golfers fish and hunt all the
Like
time
these
when they're
pads,
not
just 'cause
playing
they're a
golf. They
little
do not play golf. They put the clubs away and don't want to see
I
them
feel
again.
like they could spawn
all
better.
the anglers fish on their time off.
Really?
Or hunt.
Wait, all the golfers do.
Golfers do not golf in their spare time.
They fish or hunt.
Too.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah.
But they have they have a like 1.5 months tops.
Right.
Compared to a 7-month off season.
41 events a year. They don't.
Yes.
They don't have any time.
So they only have like a month of time.
Yeah.
I do have a hard time processing professional fishermen that when you're done, that you do not fish until the very first profession. To me, that is mind-blowing.
How many? What percentage of them are like
We
that?
lose
Z?
2.
10%?
I'd say over half.
Right?
I'd say half.
I'd say
Do not
half.
Half?
I'd say half.
You and I used to cover a lot of them.
First pass, I caught 1, lost 2.
Where you wonder, do you like this? Do you know what I mean?
I just assume they're all eat up with it, as we say.
Well, see, in a lot of people's day
are
jobs,
desperate.
they love bass fishing, and this is their dream. But then you have to put yourself in the place of, this could be some of these anglers' dreams, but they also recognize I am better than most people at this, and this is my living, but I have other dreams. I like to hunt big deer in the off-season. I like to hang out with my family, or I like to golf. And this isn't necessarily, they're not as ate up as we think.
fishing
maybe.
guides, I would believe that about.
Yeah,
I think there's
agree.
a lot of
Yeah.
fishing guides who do not fish when they're not guided.
Sure, I mean, but they're on the water for 310 days a year.
Yeah, they.
You gotta
But
see your
then,
family at
and then
least
from
2
the
days.
on the total other side of the spectrum, there's also professional anglers that every single day that they're not in a tournament, they are still on the water.
Yeah.
You know what I
You
mean?
find that to be younger anglers, though, or not? Z?
Say it again?
Do you find that the guys who are always out there to be the younger crowd, the under 35?
I think Matt Herron's out there a lot, to be honest. So he's one of maybe the older crowd that we would consider, but he is always fishing. I think of Matt Herron, and that's why he's been probably so
He's
successful.
one of the good
last-
golfers on tour.
Yeah, true. But like, I think that he's always going fishing on the Coosa or somewhere like
We used
that.
to cover one angler. I just like to just give me a fine wine throughout the off season until it's time to crank.
Now that you say this, I'm thinking of a couple that popped into mind.
Yeah, I'm sure they have.
Especially from a period about 12 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Hang out on the houseboat for a couple, 4 or 5 months.
Yeah. Fun fact about me, I live on my own private island.
All right, get it back in.
What have you done?
I've called guys who've said I haven't been out on the boat since the last event. Yeah.
Yeah, that's bizarre to me.
Not all of them. Several.
Yeah. Tough day for Chris Johnson. Tough day. And he kind of called it last night.
I manually fixed Austin Felix. I added his 6-pounder and that 3.5-pounder to get him into the top 5. But the likes of him, the likes of Stetson, they haven't really updated on their own in a while because of service. So I'm interested to see if Blaylock has more than 5 pounds.
Hey, Ron, let me grab the range of this real quick just for a few seconds. I'm going to actually pass it to you, power pole replay of the day. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and this is going to be not where I thought we were going, but it's a damn great jump right there. Austin Felix, my 2022 Bassmaster Angler of the Year pick, picking it early and picking it often. Austin Felix, you are a very strange landing right here. One of the likes we've never seen on Bassmaster Live. Ron, take it over. Power pole replay of the day.
For Austin Felix, he lost one earlier in the day, had only caught little ones, so this one was, it might be 6 pounds, but it weighed about 9 in the impact department.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm gonna pass it right back, Z.
Whoa.
Because I've got to do some octaves over here. Okay, ready?
Yeah. Austin Felix, semi-final Saturday. You are the power pole replay of the day, my friend. It was odd landing, but a good one right there to keep you on the mix going into champ. Very well done. That was disjointed, and that's that's
the
what I'm
way
saying.
we like it.
You practice it. Look, we do. People don't know we do Bassmaster Live in the off season. We try to knock the. No, wait, no, no, we don't.
We don't.
No, we don't.
We do not crank up the machine.
No, it's a good point.
More fishing on the way. Time running out. We'll be right back.
Live.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Yamaha.
For the first flight down to the final minutes of fishing for these 47 anglers out there today. John Cruz still lives. We look at our leaderboard unofficially. We see Cruz, Matsushita, and John Cox with a mighty, unofficial, again, 26-pound effort today.
He's had a decent day. I wouldn't say, it's
What?
not. Yeah, I mean, it's up there.
Oh, okay. Sure. Sure, that's right.
I can't stop. It's just so fun.
That was a good.
Take
If
us in a
it
different
wasn't
direction.
Mark Zona, you would have said that. But Mark Zona believes he's had a good day.
Yeah, I mean, it's been decent, you could say. But hey, taking a look right now, day number 2 with John Cruz. There's where he caught him in Rodman. He also caught him in the main St. John's River, BMC on point with John Cruz. That is day number 2. And oh, how drastic day number 3 has been. And this is the reason John Cruz is still in the driver's seat, gang. Pretty much that is where John Cruz has caught some of them. There's a couple other ones elsewhere, but the main thing to say is that his move throughout this entire tournament has been fairly flawless, where he has not banked. There it is! There! Wait! Stop!
Flash!
It's going back and forth.
Day 2, day 2, day 3.
I mean, it's sort of close right there, but anyway, it was
every day a little,
listen, my
a couple out, and a couple in.
The point being, the BMC on point. Okay, the point is him leaving that deep water deal in Rodman and going shallow in Rodman today. That was the biggest transition that he made, at least on today. But yesterday, we got to see him make some wicked calls late. Still a little bit of time on the clock for John Cruz. It's exactly where he caught a big one yesterday. John Cruz, your day 3 leader unofficially.
Yeah, I agree. Ooh, is he doing a little frogging? Or a little prop bait action in the hole?
I think he's doing some frogging. Absolutely.
Let's take an opportunity to get a B&W trailer hitches live on the line. A first opportunity to do so with Jake Whitaker. Another year, Jake, and another good performance here at the St. John's River. What's going through your mind right now as time runs out?
Oh man, it's good to have another good event here. Last year, the St. John's got me. Yeah, I mean it really did. I finished way down at the bottom, and the conditions kind of set up this year, kind of the same as the year that I did really well. And I mean my practice wasn't great, but I learned enough, to get me some bites, and we've just kind of capitalized on some good key bites this week. I haven't really set the world on fire as far as catching big fish, but I like I said, I've got a few quality bites this week, and we've had a few fish that have helped build some decent bags. So we are currently looking for one more big fish. I don't think I've got enough to make a top 10 this week, but who knows? One more big one, and we might be close. But all in all, it's nice to start out the year with a good event.
Young Jake Whitaker, real quick, taking a look at those man-made canals. That it really pretty much every time we come to you here on the St. John's, we see you trenched into those canals. For somebody that's watching on Bassmaster Live, when the entire canal system looks the same, it's really not. Kind of just break down some of the key areas or things you look for in a man-made canal for somebody that maybe has not fished down there.
Yeah, so for sure, a lot of these canals that we are in have seawalls, and coming out of those seawalls are pipes, and we've got either old post or existing post. It's just something, I'm looking for something different instead of a straight seawall. Again, whether it's a dock or maybe if it's a break in a seawall or a corner on a seawall. I caught a 5-pounder in one of these canals yesterday late, and it was way tucked up as far as you could underneath a dock. And I don't know. I don't think that fish is on a bed. It's probably looking for a bed, but I don't think that fish was spawning yet. I've caught a couple males in these canals today, but I just have not connected with a big female yet. But we've still got a little bit of time. But I'm just looking for something different going down these canals, and I throw it everything that I can because you never know where a fish might be set up.
Jake, real quick, one of the things that Ronnie has talked about, he said that you have a Jalen Ramsey jersey that you're going to don tomorrow. So I would say it's safe to say the Rams are your pick, or no? I don't know.
Rams are my pick. So I've been a Rams fan since the Marshall Faulk, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, Kurt Warner days, the greatest show on turf. So I am 100% in on the Rams tomorrow. Although, with that being said, I wouldn't mind seeing the Bengals do well either. I like the underdogs, but I'm going for the Rams.
Z, I actually had to apologize to Jake because I got very heated at him when the Cardinals got destroyed by the Rams. So I will say that was a little point of tension.
You do take your sports serious, but give us a final score.
31-14 Rams.
Wow, you're talking about a beatdown, Jake Whitaker.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I do.
Jake,
absolutely.
Jake, thank you so much. Good stuff, Jake. Our former college national champion, Jake Whitaker, established on the Elite Series.
I do think Aaron Donald's going to be the game breaker.
Yeah, it's hard to give up.
And I'm pulling for Cincinnati.
Sacks.
I am, but I think Aaron Donald's going to break Joe Burrow in half.
He's the beast in action for sure.
That is
no
tough.
doubt about it.
Hey, I wanted to show you guys. One of our bonus coverage anglers from a little bit earlier, Brandon Card. I wanted to show you what really got him up the leaderboard and why we were even talking to him, because he is having a big day today and a good day. I wanted to show this fish catch from the water. Les Cook, our marshal, the guy who got the video of Kyle Welcher's 10-pounder, he was with Brandon Card today, and this is the same sort of thing we saw him, obviously, when we bonus coverage with him, Skyped with him.
That is
it's
the
clearest,
same type. Yes, and we were talking about that camera.
The clearest phone I've ever seen in my life, but this is the key fish that Brandon Card needed. He's obviously looking for one more kicker. He's right outside of that top 10 cut. But this was the catch that got him into, shouting distance of that top 10. And you can obviously see he's going to show it and make sure it is hooked in the mouth. Indeed, that sight fish.
Obviously see that's a chunk.
That is a chunk. And I wanted to also take the time. We talked about Rodman and how Rodman is a lot different under the water than what we see. We see the calm and we see a stump here and there, but this is what it looks like under the water. It is a minefield of trees, Z. And you mentioned it's not all of these straight up and down standing ones that are key, but rather, let me get to this next image of the lake, if it'll work for me. There. It's these that are laid down sideways.
Yes.
The ones that are laid on the bottom or a little bit off the bottom at a diagonal or horizontal, those are the ones that have been super key for those guys who are using forward-facing sonar, where those fish have positioned. So a couple different factors, but I wanted to showcase that so fans going into tomorrow have perspective on what it looks like at the bottom of Rodman where our leaders are.
Excellent. Good stuff. Good
stuff,
visuals
Ron.
right there. And, of course,
Beautiful.
Brandon Card, we talked to him just a few minutes ago. He said, I got to have a couple more, but I just don't know whether I'm going to stay here, where he caught the big one, or go back to his first spot today. It would be interesting to see what he wound up doing, and maybe he makes it happen. Maybe he gets into the top 10. That's what it's all about today. We're getting closer and closer to crunch time on that.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
First flighters, half the field. Have got about less than right at half an hour to get the job done today. The job is to be in the top 10. That's the way the unofficial leaderboard stacks up right now. We look at the Guys who have remained in there all day: Bob Downey, David Mullins, Patrick Walters, Stetson Blaylock hanging on as best he can in there. John Crews, of course, atop. Patrick Walters, I have his last keeper, his most recent keeper from 8:49 this morning.
Wow.
That is that.
Well, we did go to him and see it. He has been in poor service as well for Bass Track.
Okay.
We saw him in that turn make one, maybe it was a 3-pounder that he had earlier. He caught back to back. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good.
Still has been only 2 fish since 9 o'clock really.
Now he's still in the top 10. That's the main thing. There's the hopefuls down there wanting something to break loose and happen in their favor. They made the cut though. Most anglers would say that's a successful start to your season.
A couple shout outs to Jonathan Kelly, Jay Shakiri, 2 rookies right there in that grouping of top 10 anglers making their first Elite Series cuts. Also Masayuki Matsushita making his first cut.
Really kind of looking at that. I remember, I believe Andy Crawford put up, we talked about it, Lee Livesey guessing that this tournament will take 101 pounds to win. We're going to be a little bit off of that pace, it looks like, going into Championship Sunday. But a lot of guys really fell in that, kind of 70 to 75 pound range. And I believe it'll fall somewhere right in there, which for very, very, very adverse conditions here on the St. John's, that's pretty strong.
For 90% of our top 10 tomorrow, most likely, it will be a back-loaded weight when it comes to their final weight. Like, it's all happened day 2 through 4.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Cruz is going to be a front-loaded weight based on his 2-day total of 45 to start the event. He could end up with 30 pounds over the next 2 days and still win this event.
Bob Downey, same deal.
Yes, exactly. Stetson along the same lines. His is petered out a little bit on day 3, only single-digit weight.
Came and ran a canal. Not real sure if this water seems still pretty cool up in here. They may be in them down the lake further, but I just never made it down that far today. Not a lot of time left, but hey, no matter what happens, it's been a good week. Always enjoy coming down here. It's always usually warmer. Had a few cold days, but
you should.
Would like to have done better today and got to fish tomorrow. We still got 30 minutes to get one big one to jump us back up in there. That's what we're gonna need.
Stetson's got a pretty good sense of where he stands right now. He may think he's a couple of positions below 10th place, but it's a pretty close guess right there. Wouldn't hurt him to get a good keeper in the boat with not much time left. Bill Lowen, the first man out of that cut. Must have a keeper.
Boy, and it was not. If you really look at the unofficial top 5 anglers right now on Bass Track, it was not easy on numbers today, man. It was John Cox with a whopping 6 bass. Granted, he's picking and choosing what he needs.
Yeah.
But the other anglers that are fishing, not looking at them, 5, 5, 5, and 5.
This is a key spot in the day yesterday where he caught a
Absolutely,
4+
right
pounder
on that point.
Yeah, on the
You
corner
said it.
of the
Right.
lily pads. For those who have nothing to lose, a frog may be a good option tomorrow. I know a couple big bags yesterday, guys who had comebacks, they said, I just locked a frog in my hand.
Really?
Had fun
Really?
in Florida. Josh Douglas mentioned that he had 16, I think,
That
yesterday.
sounds fun. Who's going to make it today? Weigh-in coming up at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. Going to be some tight numbers around that cut line.
Dave Mercer said the crowd is just off the sick
chain.
chart.
Sure, yeah. Absolutely.
Always a great crowd in Palatka, though. A lot of fun, too.
I heard it started much bigger than it normally does, so it could get bigger than we've even seen it on the final day tomorrow.
We're going to have an interesting end to this tournament in some way, shape, or form. This tournament has taken a lot of different turns, probably more so today than the first 2 days of this event. And I think Dave Mercer said it. I think all eyes are going to obviously be on the leader, but I think you're going to really want to watch John Cox tomorrow.
Spawner thing going to heat up tomorrow?
I think it's going to happen.
Okay, well, that will make a difference in the complexion of this tournament, which has been constantly changing since we began. Certainly like that. We like to see changes and decision-making in action here, and we've had a good bit of that today. Thank you for joining us. We'll be on FS1 tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And follow up right here on Bassmaster.com.
Yes. Is it thunder?